Hello.
Oh my gosh.
Hey everyone, welcome to CMU today. Just a quick note while we're letting people in. If you could, for competitors, if you could append your team name right after your name. So you could do that by going to participants and then clicking on your name, more, and then rename for that. That'd be great. And we'll be starting in just a couple minutes. Thanks everyone. Hi again, everyone. Just want to say another quick note for those of you who just joined in. If you could, participants, append your team name after your name in Zoom. That would be great. But otherwise, we'll be starting in just a couple minutes. Thanks again.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. So we have a few more people coming in as I get started, but we don't want to delay the schedule too much. So I'll just get started. I want to welcome you all to CMU BC 2021. We are so excited to have you all here, even though it is in a virtual environment. And for those of you who don't know, CMU BC is our annual startup competition hosted by Carnegie Mellon's Undergraduate Entrepreneurship Association that allows undergraduate teams from across the nation to come together and present their startup to a prestigious panel of judges for the chance to win over $100,000 worth of prizes. Our team is so excited about this year's competition, in particular, in that despite being in Zoom and not in person, the virtual environment has allowed for us to have both teams and judges from across the world participate in the event today. And we were so overwhelmed, not only by the amount of amazing applications that we received, but also the utmost support we got from the entrepreneurial community. So just to start off, I want to introduce our team. So I think many of you guys have met me already. I'm Angela. I'm a sophomore studying business and stats at CMU. and I was the one who was sending you all the emails. So I guess putting a face to the name at this point. So Samarth, if you want to introduce yourself.
Hi, everyone. I'm Samarth. I'm the current president of the Undergraduate Entrepreneurship Association on campus. We're the organization that puts together the CMU Venture Challenge, along with these people here as well.
Hi, everybody. My name is Avika. I'm also a sophomore, and I'm studying chemical engineering and really excited to have you all here today.
Hey everyone, I am a junior at Carnegie Mellon studying statistics and machine learning. And yeah, I'm super excited to hear everyone today. And yeah, good luck to everyone.
Okay, so first off, we would like to thank our amazing sponsors for this year's competition. So we would like to thank Accel for powering CMU VC this year, as well as our other spectacular sponsors, MUS Law, Two Sigma Ventures, ACG Pittsburgh, PVCA, Icon House, Freshworks, the CMU Schwartz Center, the Tepper School of Business, as well as the CMU School of Computer Science. So I think actually that we actually have Dave Malini here. If Dave, you want to say a few words, he's the executive director of the Schwartz Center of Entrepreneurship at CMU, and he's advised and helped us a lot to organize this competition.
Thank you, Angela. I really appreciate that. Angela, Avika, Eric, Samarth, Snehita, all of the UEA members that have just done a fantastic job pulling this all together. Thank you to Accel. Jim Schwartz, the namesake of the Schwartz Center, is the founder of Accel. So we're excited to be partnering with them. And our longest term sponsor, Meyer Unkovic and Scott and David Oberdick, who is judging today. Thank you so much for everything that you've done. This competition ranks in the top 15 of all competitions run by students in the world. It's an amazing group. We have top schools from across the world every year. And some of the companies that have been through here have gone on to do great things. So I'm really excited about seeing these companies today. And I want to thank Michael Seibel from YC for joining us today. YC is an amazing partner with many universities, and we've had dozens and dozens of CMU folks go there. And I hope some of the teams today will apply to YC as well. Thank you, Angela, and good luck to all the competitors.
Thank you so much, Dave. So just as a reminder for everyone, these are our prizes. So the first prize winner will receive $6,000 in cash, $2,500 in legal services from MUS Law, and the second place prize will get $4,000 in cash, $1,500 in legal services, while the third place will get $2,500 in cash and $1,000 in legal services, in addition to each of the top three placing teams getting $5,000 of AWS credits and $10,000 worth of Freshworks credits. In addition, all of the finalists here today will be receiving $500 in cash, as well as $4,000 worth of Freshworks credits as a reward for making it to our final round, because we did get so many amazing applications this year. Okay, so the breakdown of how everything's going to look today, I know a lot of you guys have already got the schedule, but as a reminder, we are going to have our intro and keynote speech, as Dave mentioned, with Michael, followed by our presentation. Now, we ask that you all stay and watch all the presentations, but I understand that everyone has a busy schedule. We're all busy students. So if you guys want, you guys can leave, but we ask that you come back at least 15 minutes before your team goes. So in addition, if you guys want to have your friends and family watch, we are live streaming the event. They can find the live stream at cmuvc.com/demo-j. So I think that I sent that out in the email that I sent everyone earlier as well, if you want to send that link. So just to start off the day, I would like to introduce our amazing keynote speaker, Michael. Michael is the group partner and managing director at Y Combinator, which is an American seed money startup accelerator that I'm sure most of you have heard of. He was also co-founder and CEO of Destin TV, which most of you guys know now as Twitch TV, which is a live streaming service that was sold to Amazon in 2014, as well as SocialCam, which was a mobile social video app launched in 2011 and sold to Autodesk in 2012. So we are so grateful to have Michael join us today to give our keynote speech. And without further ado, here's Michael.
All right, and I'm glad to be here. So I was thinking that the best thing I would do is share my top 5 lessons from 15 years in startups. And in some ways, I don't want this to be an inspirational speech. I think that too many people are doing startups right now for all the wrong reasons. And I think they're going to be very disappointed in what happens. And so what I'm hoping to do is maybe convince you to not do startups by telling you the truth about how they actually are versus how they're portrayed on Twitter or in the media. So the first lesson that I've learned is that this world is not for most people. Most experienced startup founders explain the life of a founder as getting punched in the face every single day and waking up to do it again. They also explain that the lows feel a lot worse than the highs feel good. I used to think when I was younger that founders were the best of us, that they should be admired. And the more founders that I interact with over time, the more that I realize that in some ways founders are slightly broken. It's a little bit broken to like getting punched in the face every day, or at least be motivated by it. And in some ways, the best people to do this are folks that are a little bit broken, and this world is how they best take advantage of how they're broken. I think that most careers are not designed this way. Most jobs are not designed this way. And most people don't want to live lives that have this level of sacrifice for such a low percentage chance of success. And so that's the first thing. This world isn't for most people. The second lesson that I've learned is that your peers won't guide you. In many ways, your peers are a horrible influence. This I've seen after, years of working with thousands of YC founders. What I've noticed is that as a young person, putting yourself in a group of peers that you admire and being above average is actually the winning strategy throughout most of your life. Whether it's putting yourself on the better soccer team and then trying to score goals, or putting yourself in better classes and getting tracked in high school, going to a better college, and taking the right classes to get the Google or Facebook internship. There are many, many, many times where copying what your peers around you are doing is a path for success. The problem is, while that rule tends to extend into many careers in life, doctors, lawyers, bankers, it doesn't work in the startup world. And I think that that's very puzzling to young people. When the exact same strategy that's been working for basically as long as they've been mentally active absolutely stops working. And the reason why is that I think that most young people have the wrong mental model of the startup world. It's really easy to see the startup world as another career or as the tech industry. But the startup world is a lot more like the sports or entertainment industry. If you think about the odds of success and you were to compare it to the NBA, think about how many people grow up playing basketball. Think about how many people make a high school basketball team. Think about how many people play college basketball. There are less than 500 spots in the NBA. There are less than 30 all-stars. And so when you get those kinds of odds of success, imagine going to one of the best medical schools in the country and then them saying to you, oh, 99% of you won't be doctors. You'd probably ask for your money back. You'd probably reconsider your career options. And so when you're playing games with those types of odds, it's not surprising that you need different strategies. And what we've noticed over time is that we've had to explain people that this is so hard that to win, you have to be extraordinary, not merely average or above average. You have to have an extraordinary tolerance for pain. You have to make a set of decisions that are correct an extraordinary number of times. You have to be an extraordinary good communicator and executor, and you need to be extraordinarily lucky. And I think that when any reasonable person adds up the odds of being extraordinary at all those things, they can understand why maybe this isn't the right world for them. Because even if you're extraordinary at all those hard skills, you still have to be extraordinarily lucky to win. And so what's interesting is that when you look at the world of sports or entertainment, the folks who win often do things completely different than their peers. The most common trope is who's the person getting into the gym before everyone else and leaving after. When you look at the stars in sports, they're the people who will, I have to put up 1,000 shots a day. And if they were to copy their peers, they would fail like their peers. One of the things that we tell YC companies when they're accepted is that 2% of YC companies on average will build large, successful companies, which means if you do exactly the same thing as everyone who's gotten into YC, which is already a pretty exclusive group, our acceptance rate's about 2%, you fail. So are you brave enough to have a different strategy? Are you brave enough to do something that's different than the people who are around you? Most people aren't. The next thing is how much friendships matter. I see a lot of young founders, especially in college, who are almost trying to speed through the college experience. I'm reminded of this story that Mark Andreessen said that when he was in college, he thought that the tech game was about to end and he was going to be late entering in 1995. And we can all laugh now because how many of you were born after 1995, right? And clearly the tech game's still going strong. And so what I see a lot of is people kind of rushing through the college experience and not understanding the value that college can provide, both in terms of building skills and also in terms of building friendships. And then once they get into the real world, they realize, oh, wait, college is a singular thing. You never go back there. There's never going to be a group of people who are as talented with as little to do around you ever again. And so what's interesting to me is how many times I interact with founders who end up starting companies with their friends, hiring their friends, in some way getting value out of the friends that they made in college. Yet at the same time, I also meet people who can't find a co-founder, can't hire, can't find people to support them emotionally. And when I ask why, it comes down to they didn't make strong relationships in college. And so friendships matter. Your college friendships can help you for the rest of your life. I wouldn't be here talking to you right now without exactly one friend from college named Justin Kahn. And I had to go to college for 5 years to get that friend. So be very careful about rushing through this thing and not picking up the value, especially if you're going to go into the startup world. You're going to be competing with people who did not waste their college years, who built relationships and built skills that they're going to be able to use to compete against you. And if you are rushing to be an adult too quickly and you don't get those skills and you don't get those friendships, you bring less guns to the battle. And like I said before, this is a hard battle and almost everyone loses. The next thing that I've learned is to ignore trends. The number of times I get the question from people, what trends are you investing in? What trends do you think are hot? Like the idea that we even talk about that scares me. Startups are trying to optimize for what the world's going to be like 10 to 20 years from now. The best startups invent that world. The best startups invent the world of 10 to 20 years from now. Why are we debating trends? Why are we telling founders that they have to have an idea that lines up with some trend? That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. And for the aspirational founders, right, they ignore that, right? Social was dead. Search was dead. Building a car company, you can't do that. The car industry is old and established. You can't get to scale. For all the best founders, strangely, they don't give a shit about what people think trends are today. Yet, with the explosion of new funds and with the explosion of young people who are more interested in winning than changing the world, I see this explosion of young people tuning in on VC Twitter or random tech blogs and trying to figure out what answers are the right answers to get funding. It's like, how do I take that school mentality and apply it to the startup world? Should I be working on a Zoom competitor because remote work's hot? Should I be working on a Chrome extension because Honey got bought? Like, just tell me what to do and I'll do it so that I can win. Doesn't that sound like school? Tell me what to study and I'll study it. And then tell me how to do well on the test so that I can get the A. So many people, that's how they think of this game that we're in, as opposed to, how do you want to change the world? What problem are you so passionate about that you want to sacrifice maybe the next 30 years of your life, if you're successful, improving that problem in the world? And when you start thinking about it that way, it starts sounding a lot more intimidating, a lot scarier. You start realizing that you have to provide the answers. Well, the investor is not there to provide any answers. And so my advice is ignore trends. If you're aiming for a wave that's going to be cresting 10 to 20 years from now, you probably can barely notice it right now. Barely notice it. You know, a really great example of this is a guy named Brian Armstrong who started a company named Coinbase. Coinbase went through YC in the summer of 2012. At that point, very few people gave a shit about Bitcoin. And I just want to highlight exactly what that means numerically. He participated in YC Demo Day where companies raised millions of dollars and Brian could only raise $500,000 for his company. If you showed up and could write a $10,000 check, you would have been an investor at Coinbase. No questions asked. He was not the cool kid at all. Coinbase wasn't the cool product. When you joined Coinbase back then, you know what you got? 1 free Bitcoin. Nobody gave a shit. Crypto wasn't on trend. In many ways, that was a gift. In many ways, Brian and Coinbase put crypto on trend. Do you want to be the startup that's trying to optimize someone else's wave that's cresting right now? Or do you want to be a startup that's identified a wave before everyone else? But that's harder because VCs don't tweet about waves that aren't cresting right now. VCs don't really know anything. They don't have any real insights, right? Because if they did, they would start the company. It's a lot easier to become a billionaire when you start a company than when you're investing in companies. But VCs need to market to young founders. And you know what the easiest way to market to young founders is? To tell them that they know the answers. This is what you should be starting your company in. I can guide you to building $1 billion company. I'll hold your hand just like your teacher in college and everything will go fine, just like college did. Only wait, 99.99% of startups fail. So I'm lying to you. But it's a good lie. It's a lie you want to hear. So you will take it in and you'll learn the lessons later. And in a world where capital is a lot cheaper than it ever was, it's easy to raise a little bit of money, way easier than it was 15 years ago. And it was easy 15 years ago. Comparatively, we did it at 23 and 22, 22 and 21, right? So it was still fairly easy. You start learning that raising money isn't the goal. So ignore trends. The next one, this is the 5th one, is learn to optimize for satisfaction and not money. I got into the startup game at a really cool time. It was two pretty big kind of secular shifts were happening. One was the kind of invention of web apps, which really happened right around 2004. And the second was the invention of like functional smartphones, which really happened between 2008 and 2012. That was a really lucky time to get into tech. I didn't time it that way. I was just born at the right time. But as a result, a lot of my friends are rich. And I think one of the things that's confusing to me about this is that like, they're still the same people. It's just that most people that I know who got into startups at that time who went through YC are now millionaires. And so all my friends are like millionaires now, but like they're still, what's weird to me, so they're still the same people. So whatever fucked up things were going on in their head before they were rich are still going on in their head now. Whatever life problems they had before they were rich are still their life problems now. Whatever troubles with relationships they had before they were rich are still their troubles now. The problem is that unfortunately, for the bad habits, they have a lot more money that they can either use to break the habits or to go deeper in the habits. I think that's something that people don't talk about enough. A lot of people use money to, in some ways, ruin their lives because they think that money is going to be the actual answer to the problems in their lives. Now, I don't want to be the guy that says money isn't helpful. Money is helpful as shit, right? It is great. It is better to have money than to not have money in every situation, to be able to help your parents and your family, and it's better. However, if you aren't setting your life up to optimize for personal satisfaction, I've seen money do just as much harm as it does good. And I know a lot of people who are a lot less wealthy than my friends and I, who are a lot happier. And I think deep down inside, when folks get older, my friends specifically, they will feel more jealous of those people than you might think. And then the last one, which is the bonus one, is that when you kind of choose to join the community of founders, changing the world becomes your responsibility. You become part of the people who invent the future. And so what's funny is that like, if the world's not changing in the way that you want it to, blame yourself. Don't blame someone else. If the people that you think should be getting healthcare aren't getting healthcare, what are you doing about it? If the people that you think should get an education aren't getting an education, what are you doing about it? Part of joining our community is taking responsibility, because our community is what produces the innovations that makes the world better. So if you jump in with 2 feet and consider what kind of privileged position it is to be in a community of people who will define the world in the future for good or for bad. And make sure that the problems that you're solving are problems that you're going to be proud of. I think we all know a lot of founders who have to really twist and turn to look at the product that they've built and see them as better for the world. And I can tell you that the founders who get through all of the pain of doing a startup the best are the ones who are the most passionate about the problem they're solving. They're the ones where the problem affects them, affects their community, where the problem will make them prouder of their country or their world. Those founders survive the punches. The founders who are just looking for the quick hit of money or popularity or whatever, they always flame out, because this isn't a game of quick hits. I gave my entire 20s to my startup. When my friends were going on vacation and eating at nice restaurants and like living that like discover yourself bullshit 20s life, I was just working the whole time, and it didn't look like the company was going to be successful for the vast majority of the time. A lot of times people ask me about my regrets, and it's really hard to have regrets, right? Like, I'm a very successful person now, so I think it's kind of stupid for me to stand up and say, oh, I wish things went differently. Like, that sounds really stupid. But I sometimes do regret that I didn't start a startup that would have had more impact on the world. And now that I'm older and I have a family, I realize that, like, there are some people who are entrepreneurs for life. There's some people who are entrepreneurs for a limited period of time. And in some ways, I didn't take the shot when I still had that entrepreneurial spirit. And one of the things that I care about a lot at YC is funding people who have a passion that's deeper than just making money or raising a Series A or getting into TechCrunch. People who actually, there's a problem in the world they want to solve, and they've realized that just waiting for the government to solve it ain't going to work so well. So that might not have been the inspirational talk you wanted, but it's real talk. And I hate when investors lie to founders. If this is the game that you want to play it hard. You're going to have so much fun. If this isn't the game you want to play, get the fuck out. Like, it's going to suck. And you're not doing yourself any favors. So with that, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Michael. That was fantastic. Do you have a couple minutes to answer some questions if possible?
Sure.
Fantastic. Does anyone have any questions for Michael? You can feel free to place in the chat or unmute and ask as well.
I guess I will go ahead with the question. Thank you so much for your presentation. It was amazing. Just a quick question. How did you even come up with the mere idea of giving a talk on this topic as opposed to giving a typical inspirational speech? Because I don't think it's exactly what most of us expected to hear right now.
We started doing a lot of Zoom outreach to colleges about a year ago, 9 months ago. And I started realizing how much more popular startups were on campus, like incredibly popular, to the point where, like, I would talk to rooms of 600 students, and everyone would say they were working on a startup. And I was like, wait a second, like, you're not, like, you're in college, you're working on a startup means you're working full time. Like, that's like, you're working on a resume item or something. And I started trying to figure out what the hell was going on. And one of the things that was interesting is that when I was doing startups, it was weird. It was weird to the point that, like, you had to search your campus to find other people who were interested. It wasn't marketed. There were no VCs on campus. There were no student VCs. None of this shit existed, right? And a lot of that had to do with the fact that there was the crash in 2001. And so, I was in school from 2000 to 2005. But what was really popular was banking and consulting. Holy shit. It's almost like I could have predicted 2008 just based on the percentage of my friends who wanted to be bankers and consultants. And law was really popular, and becoming doctors was really popular. Those are the popular things. And I went to my 10-year reunion, and I started talking to those people, and they all hated their careers. And I started figuring out, why the fuck did they do them? And it was this phenomenon I talked about, like, well, that's what my peers are doing. And following my peers has worked so far. And the strategy works until it doesn't. And so when I started seeing the same parallel when talking to college kids, and it was like, oh my God, I'm looking at the bankers from 10 years ago. And I was like, wait a second. The next life experience I had that was really vital is that I was in that camp. I wanted to be a lawyer. When I was in high school, I wanted to be a Supreme Court justice. That was my goal in life. And I got kicked out of Yale. And you can't get kicked out. I got invited to leave for a year. And because I just hated it. It was providing no value. I didn't care about my classes. I was not getting great grades. But But I was so lucky to get a job at UPenn working for a woman named Catherine Colbert. Now, remember, I still wanted to be the Supreme Court Justice, or so I thought. And she had actually argued a case, Casey v. Planned Parenthood, which at the time was the precedent that was preserving abortion rights in America. And I said, I want to be a lawyer. And you argue Supreme Court case, like you're the closest thing to Supreme Court Justice I can talk to. And she spent 10 minutes talking about what the job of a lawyer was, what the day-to-day experience of a lawyer was. And at the end of the 10 minutes, she asked me, do I want to be a lawyer? And I said, no. And she said, don't go to law school then. And one of the most impactful people in my life in a 10-minute conversation. And so when I started adding all these things up, I started realizing, oh shit, like these kids want to do startups because their peers want to do startups because it's the cool thing right now. And everyone's telling them, go, go, go. And the most impactful person in my life told me, stop. Maybe I should be talking about the real world of startups as opposed to just being another startup cheerleader. And so that's what I've done. And after this talk, you still want to do startups, you might be kind of broken. And like, I was a little broken back then. And it's funny because when you talk about that brokenness, right, then you understand, oh, why are you giving up work-life balance? Why are you suffering? Well, it's like because you're a little broken. And to people who are a little broken in this way, it doesn't feel like suffering. My nickname in college was Same Day Sybil because I couldn't hand in an assignment until the day it was due. Because like until there was a gun to my head, it was hard to be motivated. And so I put myself in a world with my friend's help. I wouldn't have ever gotten there without Justin, where there was a gun to my head every day. I was broken in a certain way, and I found a world that allowed me, my brokenness, to get the best out of me. I think it's a much better way of picking what you want to do. So that's the longer version of the story, but great question.
Thank you. I guess it's about not being too broken, but being just a little bit sufficiently broken to do this kind of stuff.
I don't even know what too broken is. I'm using the word broken a little bit facetiously. We're all different. Some people are different in a way that makes the pain of this world not so painful. For them, this is a great world to be in. Most people are not different in a way that makes the pain of this world worth it. It's too painful. And we see it in YC. I mean, startups can really break people's lives.
Thanks.
That's fantastic. We could take one more question. That'd be great.
Hey, Michael, I had a quick question. So I just thought it was interesting you said that like friendships are really important, but at the same time, like you're sacrificing all of your time and that balance to like build your company, and like friendships are two ways. So like a lot of times I've found that like those friendships can dissipate if I'm not putting in the effort to like water them, to grow them. But at the same time, by losing those friendships, I'm limiting those opportunities that could come later on.
That's one of the reasons why I usually encourage people to not do startups in college. Yeah, that's actually, you've hit the nail on the head of the problem, is that you're taking the time that you could be investing in friendships and not. And then when you want to basically cash in on that investment, when you're doing a startup, it's not there. Now, you know, there are definitely very successful people who've started startups early, for sure. But most startup founders did not start their startups in undergrad. It's by no means a requirement. And one of the rules I've lived my life by is that sometimes you want, like, sometimes there are opportunities that are always there, and sometimes there are opportunities that are absolutely going away. And all things being equal, lean towards the things that are going away and never coming back. College is going away and never coming back. Doing a startup, it's going to be around. It's going to be around for a while. We want YC to be around for at least 100 years. So doing a startup is going to be around. So yeah, but you've hit the nail on the head there.
Thanks.
All right.
All
It was
right.
really good meeting you all. Good
Thank you
luck
so much,
today.
Michael.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time. That was fantastic. But we are going to take a quick 5-minute break. And then when we jump back in, we will be announcing the order of teams as well as starting the pitches. But yeah, thank you again, Michael. And we will reconvene in 5 minutes. See you all very soon.
See you later.
Alrighty, welcome back everyone. We're gonna get started. Um, cool. So first up, we're going to talk about the scheduled presentations. We're going to be splitting this up into 2 parts with a break in between. So first up is going to be Uniphage, followed by ResCon AI, Student Community, Transfoam, MoonPie, and then Global PAL. Starting off our second half is going to be Trill Project, Hydrova, New Tech, Astro Health, Rex, and College Thrifts. Also, we want to make a disclaimer. So in addition, so to be transparent and maintain fairness, we would like to state that one of the teams from CMU does have a team member that was part of our CMU VC team. However, as soon as the team got in indirectly through McGinnis competition, as soon as we found out, she took a step back from the competition planning, and in addition was not in direct contact with any of the judges from today. We also have asked the judges to be fair and judge teams based on each team's merits. So now we're going to start with the presentation, but before we get started, we as a team would like to thank Archa, Amit, and David for agreeing to be judges today, as well as all of our first round judges. Without them, today would absolutely not be possible. So just a quick thank you for everyone who judged. But yeah, without further ado, Uniphage, you can go ahead and start sharing, and ResCon, you are on deck.
Perfect. I hope you can hear us now. I hope our presentation will be not as good as Michael's, but at least you'll enjoy it as well. So we are just going to start here. Hi, we are Sophie and Chris, founders of Uniphage, and we are building a world free of disease. I hate to say that, but at least one of your great-grandparents or their siblings almost certainly died from a bacterial disease. This is not surprising, considering the bacterial diseases were the most common cause of death before the 1940s. Even a simple wound could kill you. Antibiotics has changed this reality. But even nowadays, more than 6 million people die annually from bacterial diseases. With the rising antibiotic resistance, we are headed back into the era in which bacterial diseases are life-threatening again. There are more fundamental issues with using antibiotics, bacterial disease control. When applied, antibiotics limit all or most bacteria around, including the beneficial ones, which often leads to long-term health consequences, including lethal outcomes. Additionally, it's extremely hard and time-consuming to develop new antibiotics, so we are taking an alternative route. Bacteria, just like us, have diseases. In nature, they're often infected with bacterial viruses called bacteriophages, or simply phages. Phages are really precise, and each of them kills only a specific bacterial pathogen only. Phages are also completely safe for humans in the environment and are already successfully used for a small number of disease control applications, which provide us with an amazing approval case. However, the current method to produce phage solutions is almost 100 years old. It's outdated, very manual, and non-scalable, which is precisely why so few phage solutions is currently available on the market. There are more problems with this process. For example, currently it's impossible to produce phage solutions against bacteria that cannot be grown in a lab. And a lot of really dangerous diseases are caused by bacteria that are unculturable. Additionally, it's currently impossible to predict how to modify phages against the resistance, which is the same resistance that happens when you apply antibiotics to bacteria way too much. We eliminate every single one of these issues and replace this whole 100-year-old manual process with our deep learning powered platform. We've already built the best models to date to predict which phages can most efficiently eliminate target bacteria. Our models have state-of-the-art accuracy and precision, both above 95%. Our current R&D focuses on improving and increasing our proprietary data sets. All the wet lab experiments to test our models are outsourced to a leading bacteriophage lab in Canada. Our models and proprietary data sets form our unique intellectual property, and our phage solutions will be patented. This is how our AI pipeline will look like to produce new kinds of antimicrobials. First, the genome of the target bacterial pathogen will be sequenced in a commonly used way. Then our AI predicts which phages can eliminate the target bacterial pathogens that we just sequenced. Then those predicted phages will be tested, produced, assembled, and delivered in a ready-to-use form to our customers, We aim to be an end-to-end producer of phage solutions. With our new deep learning platform, making new antibacterial solutions will take weeks instead of years, which is what happens now.
We will first develop our solutions for the agricultural field, which has significantly lower regulatory entry barrier than human health or livestock production. Only EPA approval is required. The first target for our technology is citrus greening, a devastating and currently incurable disease that causes more than $2 billion in damages each year in the US alone. While no strategies to cure or even contain the spread of the disease exist, mitigation cost is still as high as $800 per acre. This has caused many of the citrus producers to operate at a loss for years now, and even led to Florida losing its long-held title as the leader in citrus production. We have already validated this market by talking to more than 20 potential customers and more than 30 potential partners during NSF Bay Area ICOR course. We have estimated our serviceable obtainable market at more than $4.5 billion, and it continues to grow as antibiotic resistance is on the rise and the use of antibiotics is increasingly prohibited outside of human health. Long-term, we will be the end-to-end producers of phage solutions. We believe we can make over $1 billion in revenue by 2030, thanks to the low production costs of phages and the exponential scalability of our platform. Short-term, to offset the high R&D costs, we will offer consulting services that leverage our AI platform. We expect to make between $30,000 and $100,000 per contract and to land our first 10 agreements by the end of next year. Our primary competitors include antibiotics, other phage companies, and experimental antibiotics. None of those solutions, however, is as safe, environmentally friendly, or scalable as ours. Our grand vision is to become a next-gen pharma company. We believe we can get past even the unicorn stage, thanks to the exponential scalability of our approach that marries virology and deep learning. Our close-term goals include further improving our models, getting our first citrus greening solution approved by the EPA, and generating revenue from our first 10 consulting agreements.
We are currently part of the Global Imagination Accelerator and a CSR's Accelerator at the University of Oxford and National University of Singapore Incubator. All those programs help us with our product development and bringing our vision forward. We also already secured a valuable contract with the leading phage bank, extensively talked to governmental agencies, potential customers and partners for non-dilutive funding and build state-of-the-art AI models. We have the best team of all to implement our solution with our data science and biology expertise. We also have amazing scientific advisors, both professors at Yale News College. Each of them comes from biology and computational backgrounds. Through our work, we aim to eliminate all bacterial diseases, build next-gen tech pharma company, and solve multiple sustainable development goals, including zero hunger and good health. Let's build a world free of disease together. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Judges, feel free to ask any questions. We have 5 minutes for Q&A. Amit, David, Archa, feel free to hop in and ask any questions.
Hey guys, how's it going? Thanks for the presentation. That was wonderful. What other fields did you think about applying this technology to, and why did you settle on agriculture? Can you walk us through sort of what that customer development process was like for you?
Absolutely. Just like we mentioned, we don't want to just stop in agriculture, but agriculture is our very first target because of the regulatory entry barrier. So let's say if we want to use our bacteriophage-based solutions in agriculture, we need to go only through the EPA approval process. No FDA approval is required. Along the route, we definitely want to bring more antibacterial solutions to other markets, including livestock production, human diseases. But because there is a significantly higher regulatory entry barrier, to our mind, it makes sense to first solve bacterial diseases in agriculture, which is an immense problem, and then move into other fields. In terms of customer discovery, I guess our main customer discovery in terms of the primary target, not primary, but very first target, which is citrus greening, was mostly talking to citrus growers and citrus associations in Florida and California, for which we discovered that citrus greening is definitely a huge problem. We found the nodes through which we'll be able to distribute our solutions, which is citrus associations. And we found ways in which people currently test their anti-citrus greening solutions, because there's quite a few companies that try to bring something to market. So for example, if you want to test our solution on less than 10 acres, no approval, neither from FDA or EPA will be required, which is also a pretty good thing for testing.
Thank you.
I hope it answers your question.
So just a follow-up question. Again, thank you for the presentation. Very interesting. On the AI component, the development using AI, just curious what you've done, if anything, to date to protect the science behind it, the algorithm, what has been done to try to keep that safe and in a box for you to use only.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a really important question. And this is something that we discuss in the company a lot. When it comes to our algorithms, we will not patent them, because disclosure is going to be more harmful to us than the protection that we can get, because frankly speaking, it's really, really hard to get any kind of patent on any kind of AI, because we're patenting basically mass and data sets in this particular case. So what we will patent is the exact solutions against respective bacterial diseases. So like, let's say our very first target is citrus greening. We will patent our phage-based solution against citrus greening. Particularly, we'll patent the core set of phages that have to be used to be able to cure the disease. And then we will have additional layers on top of that patent, which is basically additional phages that we can use. We believe that one of the key things that we need to work on is improving and increasing our proprietary data sets, because this is kind of the main advantage that people can have in our field. Because if we have the data to train our models that nobody else has, which is the case now, but we need to continue improving it over time, then we do have a really significant key advantage that will prevent other people from entering at least way too quickly to try to develop similar solutions to ours.
Okay.
I hope it answers the question.
Yeah, with the one species that you're working with already, citrus, have you reached a point where you're able to pursue patent protection yet?
No, we have not reached the point at which we can patent the exact formulation of the cocktail. But we'll hope to get there in definitely under 1 year, probably closer to 9 months. This is the benchmark that we hope to hit sometime soon.
Or any, yeah, Orchard, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so you're talking about this proprietary data set that you're working on collecting right now, but you did show some early data where you said your model is currently matching the state of the art. What data set were you using for that, and is that the citrus application that you are currently going after, and how did you collect that?
Absolutely. So basically, when it comes to the data that we are currently using, we use mostly open access data. Plus, we use additional methods that we mostly developed in-house to get more information out of the data that's openly available. So let's say we apply a particular algorithm to process the data to be able to infer significantly more bacterial phage interactions out of the openly available data. Additionally, what we are working on right now is trying to get more data for experimental approaches, and this is exactly what all the funding we have now and all the funding we hope to receive in the close future will go towards, to improve on those data sets also through wet lab methods, not just computational methods, which is what we did now.
And to add on to that and clarify really what the state-of-the-art performance really means in our context, this is a general model. This is not a model that is tied only to citrus greening solution. It predicts hosts for bacteria. It predicts bacterial hosts for bacteriophages for over 10,000 bacteriophages and over 470 different bacteria. And it manages to do it with over 95% precision and accuracy, which is far higher than whatever else was published in literature, and on over 20 times more hosts than the previous approaches.
All right, so that's all the time we have for Q&A. Yeah, thank you so much for Uniphage. Judges, you have a couple minutes to write down any notes if you haven't already. You can do that. And the next team, I believe, is ResCon AI. You can share your screen and get ready to present.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Monica Dadi and I'm here with part of my
Sorry about that. I'll introduce you and we'll get started. Just need to confirm the judges are ready to go. Amit, Dave, and Archa, are you all ready? Okay, cool. Yeah, could take it away, Riscon. Yeah.
Sorry about that. Hi everyone, my name is Monica Dadi and I'm here with part of my ResCon AI team startup with some of my team members. We have a fairly big team from 5 different universities and we're super excited to talk about our product. Let me first start off by talking about some funny tweets that I found from a few months ago. So I came across this tweet by UAEC faculty member and I found it to be very funny and relatable because we are constantly bombarded with information we're expected to understand. He says how academia is just downloading PDFs that you'll never read. Here was another funny meme from the Suez Canal about a similar concept about how we just download articles and we never end up reading them. We have far more research data to cover in a very short amount of time. And as a result, we save or copy these resource files to refer to later. But in reality, we quickly skim through them and inevitably miss information. This is important because we spend billions of dollars each year in research. We hope that through our product helping researchers, we contribute to the advancement of society at a faster rate. Every year, there are almost 2 million articles published by the scientific community. Because the data is scattered, it requires a lot of time and effort to be able to find the adequate information you need. The lack of data centralization leads to the following problems. How can researchers keep up with exponentially increasing data each year? How can researchers save time and money by not repeating studies or spending time searching for articles? Here we have 2 graphs that show statistic plots that once published cannot be changed. The graph on the left shows the efficiency each COVID vaccine has. The graph on the right shows the gravitational constant plots from various studies taken over many years. Both of these graphs are static graphs and will need researchers to further search and find articles to find the level of accuracy they provide for that year. So the question we have now is, can we make plots dynamic?
So here's a mock-up of our product. A user will be able to search for a specific research subject, say the value of the gravitational constant. We'll then display a plot containing various data points regarding this topic. These plots will differ from those standard static plots in 2 ways. One, we will allow the user to hover over a specific point, which will give them a link back to the original research paper where that point was sourced from. This will allow them to perform further analysis on that work, read their methods, or make use of the work in some other way. 2, the user will have the option to add values to a specific plot, which will allow them to upload data, a file, or a research paper. After this data is properly scraped, cleaned, and validated, it'll then become publicly available on the plot for other users to see. Our product aims to dynamically aggregate and link thousands of research data points in a visually appealing manner in order to cut down the resources required to do a literature review. This will save priceless time and funding dollars on the order of several millions of dollars. Moreover, Tracking data in a dynamic fashion will allow researchers to stay updated in their research areas without spending time reading the thousands of relevant recently published papers. Similar companies to ours so far only statically store data points and don't provide helpful data visualizations. In contrast, we aim to track data dynamically and have frequently updated data plots. Our product will allow researchers to make valuable, up-to-date, and clear judgments about where to steer their research. So on the left, you can see some examples of static plots showing changes in global temperatures and in the number of transistors in computer processors. While these plots convey information, they aren't terribly helpful because the data can't be updated, it might be out of date, the methods behind how the data was compiled can't be investigated, and the data can't be extracted into another form. But what if we made these plots dynamic? The data would become much more flexible and useful. Researchers could reliably and easily use that data for their own research. One of the best examples of a dynamic plot is the COVID cases tracker maintained by Johns Hopkins starting early last year, which was constantly updated with new data. All of these plots are on critically important research areas that are constantly changing and bringing the world's technology forward. Dynamic plots would be incredibly helpful for researchers to reduce costs while dramatically accelerating the development of new technologies and discoveries.
Now to quickly talk about kind of the business model that we have. We kind of want to, first of all, concentrate on three main areas, that including academia, industry, and policymaking. So what we want to do is provide a freemium type service in which we'll provide all users the ability to view and use certain plots, as well as upload new data to our service, which will allow us to garner a larger data set to provide to our users, as well as build trust between us and the community. Furthermore, we will keep specific we'll keep specific services at a premium, including services such as advanced data filtering and the ability to download the data through our pipelines. Furthermore, we will be using a lot of collaborative partnerships to take advantage of our business plan to help garner a better product, including those with the AWS to help provide our product as efficiently and as quickly to as many users as we can, as well as creating collaborative partnerships with journals and scientific publishers that will provide us with the data that we need while we provide them the traffic they want to provide them the revenue they also want. And to quickly go over our kind of technical infrastructure that we kind of set up and kind of how our product works. Most importantly, the backend, which we are going to be reworking into the AWS servers. We will be using a microservice backend architecture, which will allow us to specialize different services for the different, more nuanced data that we have to deal with. It will allow us the ability to scale efficiently, as well as reduce overhead. Furthermore, we have a couple of different artificial intelligence applications that we have to use, which includes data validation, which includes different components such as outlier detection, as well as other components such as computer vision, which will allow us to scrape graphs and table plots to collect data points. Furthermore, we would be web scraping the journals that we have created partnerships with so that we can very quickly get related data and put them into the relevant plots that they need to be in. Last but not least, we kind of want to talk about kind of what our goals are in the next couple of months and kind of what we're trying to do. So within the next few months, we're trying to become a fully incorporated entity, and we kind of plan to use some of the money that we potentially get here to move towards that, as well as raise funds to help hire 2 part-time content and product developers during the summer. Furthermore, most importantly, we actually most desperately need the AWS credits to continue to build and make our product more functional.
Thank you so much for listening to our product.
Awesome. Thank you, ResCon AI. Judges, 5 minutes for Q&A. Fire away.
Sure, just an initial question, going back to the revenue plan. I understand it's a freemium service and there'll be some premium products offered. What do you anticipate you're going to need by way of subscriber numbers in order to reach a break-even point? when do you flow positive, and how many folks do you need to get interested?
Okay, perfect. So first of all, we are, we're kind of pushing for a collaborative partnership with the services that we need, and kind of the main costs for our company right now would be the largest costs are the costs of running our product on their servers. And the way we kind of want to target our subscription model is to actually target institutions. So that'd be, instead of individuals, we'd be targeting maybe like JHU, the university, and provide an avenue through there. So we were anticipating maybe one or two institutions that we could probably partner with, maybe JHU and UIUC, some other colleges would probably be our break-even point at that point, to help cover the costs of the products and the main overheads that we have. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you. And just a quick follow-up on the IP side. Have you done anything to protect the machine, obviously the computer vision or the AI components?
Again, no, it's kind of been hard to do that, especially without actually being the incorporated entity yet. But what we are doing is we're just, I think similarly, we kind of just gathering a large amount of data such that our product is always ahead of everyone else.
Hey there, thanks for the presentation. I had a quick question. It seems to me that there probably are places right now where you could search a bunch of research reports and data from journals. Certainly Google has a service. How do you think you differentiate from them over time? Is it that you're going to have data that they don't? You're able to draw inferences that they're not able to? What do you think is like ultimately the mode that allows you to build the sort of preeminent research repository out there?
Okay, so to put it lightly, I think kind of our main strong suit would be our visualization, right? So these other services such as Google and such, as is right now, they're kind of working as kind of, like you were saying, data repositories, right? So they would have maybe these large databases of data, but they would have no way to really visualize it. And usually the way they store this data is through individual papers. So what you actually have is, let's say, a set of 1,000 papers, each with unique data that refer to one another, but don't necessarily actually have that data interconnected or interlaced properly with one another. So basically our job is to, what will set us apart is the ability to kind of integrate and kind of bring down that nuance so that all that data plays together really well into a visually pleasing manner.
Are there verticals of research where that visualization you think is like a really differentiated factor, or verticals of research where maybe the visualization isn't going to be as compelling? So like perhaps there are areas within research that you would focus on?
Absolutely. So personally myself, I'm a material science, like that's my major, and kind of for material science, kind of the next big thing for us is high entropy alloys. And just to describe that quickly, it's just you have more than like 3 elements and you have to describe their properties, right? So stuff like that, stuff where there's just a large combination of different things that you can have and a lot of properties you need to track. That would be the most effective thing. And also some things like, COVID itself was kind of great using like a world map. That's kind of already been done, but yes, there are absolutely certain applications that will greatly benefit and others that would be probably harder to do.
Thank you.
Any other questions? We got 30 seconds left if you want to fire away.
I have more questions. How do you interplay with some data visualization tools that are sort of coming out, like a Streamlit or an Observable? I don't know if you're familiar with those, but I'm curious, like if you plan on having integrations, or you see them as friends or competitors.
Okay, so I think again, kind of like the strongest strong suit we have is actually kind of getting that nuance out of the data and make sure that all the data that we have, past and future, play really well together, and make sure that the sourcing for each data point work really well. So I think as of right now, we'd consider them friendly in a sense, because integrating their products into our web service would actually probably be beneficial, granted that they have visually appealing, data plotting. But at the end of the day, it's the data itself that's our strongest suit.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, ResCon AI. That was really great. And so the next team up is student community. We'll give judges a couple minutes to write down, and we'll start with student community next. All right, judges, are we ready to go with the next team? Archa, we good?
Yep.
Okay. Yep, student community, you have 7 minutes to pitch, followed by a 5-minute Q&A. Good luck.
Okay, I'm assuming you can see it. Yes, okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Snehita Sana, and I'm the CEO of the student community. Thank you for letting us pitch today. Our goal as a company is to help institutions create communities where their members feel a lot more connected and supported during remote working. And just before I give you this our product, let me just give you a little bit of background on what our problem is. Anxiety is the third largest mental health care problem in the world. This was way before the pandemic had even started. But since it has, 1/3 of Americans have displayed signs of anxiety, depression, or both. And the long-term psychological effect of this can last well over a decade. Now, according to a Gartner survey, 74% of companies do plan on becoming permanently remote following the pandemic. And this might not be much of an issue for employees who are more well-established within their companies, but for new hires who don't have those company and social connections and whose stressors are more exacerbated due to the pandemic and remote work, this can become a really big issue. And this is something that companies should be trying to resolve very quickly, because research has shown that the higher these stressors become, the more their employee turnover rate is going to increase. And this is going to cost companies millions of dollars. Now, the causes of these new higher stresses can vary, but they include high and stressful workloads, the worsening of mental health conditions, employees not feeling really connected to their colleagues when working remotely, and lack of community culture, and also isolation. Now, through our research, we were able to narrow these down to 3 main problems, including increased social anxiety due to isolation, the lacking of support systems and community disconnect, and the inability to ask for help and lack of awareness of resources. And our solution to this is the TCA app, which is an onboarding software we've created to help companies increase employee retention through community engagement. Now, we asked users to rate these on a scale of 1 to 5, 1 being not useful at all and 5 being incredibly useful. And I'm going to let you know what our features are now. So number 1 is the buddies feature. This is pretty simple. What we ask new hires to do is fill out what interests they have, whether it be Harry Potter or hiking or cooking. And we also try to ask them what they're really looking for in a buddy, whether it be networking opportunities, mentorship, or just friendship. And we ask them, we kind of match them a couple of times a week just to get that initial connection going and to help them really try to build that community and understand what the community culture is going to be like at their company. Number 2 is the events feature. Now, in addition to having admins put in company events, like seminars, networking events, we also ask new hires to put in what their interests are again, like hiking, working out, cooking, Harry Potter, whatever it may be. And they're able to create events and also see events and join events that they're interested in, that kind of align with those interests. So they're able to create those communities in the workplace, but outside of the workplace as well. Our goal here is to help them make those connections and build a continuous support system throughout their work and outside of work lives. And number 3 is the resources feature. This is the one feature that 100% of our users rate as a 5 on the usefulness scale. And this is because the problem is so prominent even before the pandemic had started. The problem with companies is that they are trying to help their employees. They try to make these resources and help them with their mental health and community culture, but no one knows they exist. So they can make whatever resources they want, but if no one knows they exist, it's not going to be helpful for anyone, and no employee is going to feel that company loyalty and company connection that they should. That's what the goal is supposed to be. So what we do is we take all the resources the company has to offer and we put them into an easy to read list that anyone can, look through when they're free, and it's a lot easier for everyone to access. The market for this is actually quite large. We are looking at companies of over 5,000 employees purely because the larger a company gets, the harder it gets to really, create those community connections. There are more than 3,500 companies in the US with over 5,000 employees. The average employee turnover is around 12 to 15%, and the cost to replace one employee is around $4,000. But that's just the hiring cost. The actual money lost from the hiring cost and the efficiency from the onboarding process and getting that employee up to speed is anywhere from 90 to 200% of an employee's annual salary. And from this, we know that our total addressable market is around $1.6 billion, and our service available market is hypothesized to be $320 million. And for right now, we are targeting companies, industries with higher stress and higher employee turnover, and companies that have multiple locations, because it's really quite obvious that these are the companies that are going to need more of those community connections and support system built quickly. So for this reason, we're targeting companies within the technological and financial making industries. And every company has its competition. So do we. For us, it includes companies like Tandem, Icebreaker, Donut, and Lunch Break. These are all companies who are relatively new, and they're all trying to target community engagement and networking within, employees and just, outside. They're trying to do community engagement and like networking within employees. The problem here is that they only do it within the workplace. So for new hires, that's an issue, because if they don't have that support system in the workplace and outside of the workplace, they won't have that continuity, and they won't have that support system outside the workplace that they really desperately need. So for us, we are aggressively targeting new hires. We're making these features specifically for them, so they have that support system both inside the workplace and outside the workplace as well. Most of these are on web-based platforms, our competition, but we are also on a mobile app so that they can bring it outside of the workplace. In our business model, we have one Fortune 500 client in the financial industry right now, and we'll be expanding internationally within them in the first year. We are charging companies around $15 per user per month, but we are also charging early investors only $12.50 per user per month for the first year. And we're asking for $50,000 for a corporate MVP, which we're building this summer to launch the Fortune 500 client for the summer. And you can probably draw a link between freshmen in college and then, hires going into the new companies for the first time. So we released the college version of this app to the Carnegie Mellon campus. In September of 2020, we received over 450 downloads and overwhelmingly positive responses, which we incorporated into the corporate version of this app, TCA. And this is our leadership team. My name is Snehita Sana, and I'm the CEO of the student community. And these are my co-founders, Nina and Saryu, and our advisor, Larry Hyman. We know we've been through the process ourselves of going through the onboarding process in person and remotely, and we know the struggles that come along with it. Along with our friends, we're also going through the same struggles right now. So we're uniquely able to identify these problems and design these solutions perfectly for this new hire community. And as a goal, as a team, we are sincerely just trying to help communities and companies and employees create those connections, create those support systems, so both of them can thrive at the same time during remote working. That is all. Thank you to everyone, and I'm happy to take any questions now.
All right, thank you, student community. Judges, you have 5 minutes for Q&A. Fire away.
Sure. Thank you for the presentation. Very interesting. With the one corporate client that you indicated you have, what amount of users do you have with them so far?
Okay, so we actually haven't released it to them yet. We're signing contracts with them, but they're funding us right now to build the app for them over the summer and release it to their first new hire class in August. So that's about 600 employees for the first branch.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And then the downloads that you mentioned, the 450 or so, that's within the university community?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
And that's a separate app. That's the college community app, but the problem is pretty similar. So our features are also pretty similar there as well.
You're learning from one to the other.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Hey, Snehita, thanks so much for the presentation. Why create a separate app? If you look at Donut, it has a really popular Slack application. Do you integrate with any of the existing tooling in enterprises, or do you think that having an independent app is the right way to go?
Yeah, so I think at the moment, Donut, it does do it with Slack, but like I said before, that's really more for workplace. So you don't really go on Slack. I really hope you don't go on Slack when you're at home, when you're trying to do your free time stuff. And I think that kind of creates a more professional connection with your colleagues, and that doesn't really help you create those personal support systems and have those personal connections outside of the workplace. So I really do think it is important that we have a separate app, or maybe connect with more social apps as well. But right now, I think the most prominent ones that onboarding processes use, they use LinkedIn communities. They try to use Facebook groups and stuff like that, but the data can be a really big issue there. And for us, we don't use any ad-based revenue or anything like that. We keep all the data in-house, and all of it's anonymized when we give that to the admin for analytics and stuff like that. Does that make sense?
Yep, got it. And are there particular industries where you think this problem is more acute versus other industries where maybe, they don't need this app?
Sure. I think from my research right now, I do think the technological and financial industries, it is the most prominent just because there is a lot of turnover there. I think the financial industry is around 18.6% right now, just because the stress is so high. And for new hires, the working hours are incredibly long and stressful. So they really don't even have time to have that support system outside of the workplace. So we really need to build those. I don't know that there are any communities right now where we don't need it at all. I would say maybe for smaller companies in general, it is a little less needed because it's smaller. They have more connections available there.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm interested that you're choosing to focus on new hires versus the entire employee body. Is it deliberately set up to only set up connections between new hires, or is the idea that you'd be able to connect with the rest of the organization as well? Because I mean, I expect mentorship could help a lot with kind of more established employees.
Sure, yeah. So as of now, the reason we kind of did new hires is, well, it's not just new hires, it's also new hires and maybe people have 1 or 2 years of experience within that company. And that's just because people who are kind of within that same maybe age range and same level of experience do tend to have the same experiences, and they remember the experiences and problems they've had a lot better than maybe people who have had years and 10 or 20 years of experience within their companies. I think it's also really important that you're also able to connect new hires within a group, because they're the ones who are going through the same problems. They're the ones who are working remotely and need to make those connections as a group as well, if that makes sense.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Snehita, another question on the work that you're doing with the one corporate client. I think you said that they're helping to pay to build the application that's being used in the corporate context. Just want to make sure, are you protecting what you own so that even though they're paying for it, you can use this with many clients that you're hoping to bring in down the road?
Yes. So this is they are investing in helping us build the app, but we own all the intellectual property for it. The only thing we're kind of giving to them in return for this is we're giving them a discounted licensing fee for the first 2 years of them using the app. But then after that, it'll be the same for the rest of the years they license it.
Okay.
It's also a little better for them as well because we're doing the research and stuff with them specifically as a corporate company. So we'll be able to branch out within their company and they'll be able to use the app a lot quicker than some other companies will in the first year at least.
All right. And you can tell my questions are more legal because that's what I do, but have you also looked at just what you need to address by way of privacy laws as people might be sharing information? I know a lot of it's voluntary, but just trying to make sure that that's covered also.
Sure. Do you mean because in the financial industry, stuff about the company or?
Well, it could be about the company itself, but individuals will be sharing things about themselves also on a larger social context.
Sure.
Or at least they may be inputting data to you so that you're going to help match them with others, I assume.
Yeah.
Not sure how much you're going to share of that, or do they know what you're going to share? Just some other things to think through.
Yeah. So we have the terms and services page. I know not a lot of people really read that, but we do have the pages after that where we explicitly state that we are not sharing any data with anyone besides the people in their company. And it's all anonymized. But the stuff that we're asking for, it's not sensitive information. It's really about what your interests are and who you're looking to meet within your company. So they know what we ask for in these forms is exactly the stuff that we're collecting. There's nothing in there that's going to be, we're not sneaking any data away from anyone. And they know that that is the case.
All right, I think that's all the time we have for Q&A. Thank you, student community.
Thank you.
Judges will give a couple minutes, but Transfoam, if you want to share your screen, and I'll give you the cue to start. All right, Transfoam, if you want to share your screen, and as soon as you begin, you get 7 minutes to pitch, followed by a 5-minute Q&A. Good luck.
That means you can see it now, right?
Yes, we can see it.
All right, thank you. All right, well, hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to meet you all and to be here today. My name is Alec Brewer, and I'm a co-founder and the CEO of Transfoam. At Transfoam, we're using synthetic biology to tackle plastic pollution at the beginning and end of the product life cycle. Single-use plastic pollution is one of the greatest threats we face to global health in the 21st century. It accounts for nearly 3% of total annual emissions, and over 16 billion pounds end up in the oceans each year. To combat this issue, the demand for biodegradable alternatives is growing rapidly. In fact, the biodegradable plastics market projects a 21% annual growth through 2026, and even faster beyond that, as consumer and regulatory pressure continue to mount against the unsustainable petroleum-based plastics we're currently using. However, there's a flaw to this theory. Current manufacturers of sustainable alternatives can't scale fast enough to keep up with the growing demand. This is a result of manufacturers' reliance on unsustainable raw materials and unmodified organisms. Ultimately, however, not even all of these materials that they're making are fully biodegradable and are instead greenwashed and falsely labeled as biodegradable alternatives. At Transfoam, however, we're using engineered microorganisms and renewable waste plastic feedstocks to create a fully biodegradable plastic that will enable us to tackle plastic pollution at the beginning and end of the product's life cycle. So PHB, the biodegradable plastic we're producing, has a comparable durability and shelf life to the single-use plastics we use every single day in bags and other single-use products. However, it's got a unique advantage. It's a metabolic intermediate, meaning it's both produced and consumed by microorganisms. And this facet alone allows it to degrade completely in the environment in less than a year. By using waste plastic as our feedstock, we will offer to drive down both the water and chemical footprint of manufacturing by over 50%. By using an engineered microorganism, we will offer to increase the yield threshold and scalability of the overall process. Ultimately, we'll be creating a lower footprint, fully biodegradable polymer at no extra cost to the consumer. We will co-locate with a plastic recycling plant to ensure the ease and efficiency in the procurement of our raw material, further driving down our footprint. And we'll sell our PHB to B Corps and other sustainably minded plastic manufacturers who will sell these goods to consumers, which then fully biodegrade in composting plants, landfills, and the environment if that's where they end up. We've been working on Transfoam for nearly 2 years now, and Simone actually came up with it for an academic research project back in early 2019. Our team members, as you see here, myself offering the entrepreneurial skill, offer complementary skills also in synthetic biology and biochemistry, which are really the 3 main facets needed to commercialize a biotech startup. In addition to our own skill sets, we've gained an immense amount of support, both within the University of Virginia, where we reside, and across the country. This is in the form of Dr. Kuzminski and Dr. Kester, who you see here, who are our technical advisors and are renowned synthetic biologists and also multi-time founders. We've currently raised over $130,000 in non-dilutive funding, including support from the EPA SBIR program, and hold 3 letters of intent to both research with and purchase our PHB, totaling over $4 million in future sales. Further, we've built up a strong expert network through participation in various incubators that you can see on the right listed here. So just to revisit a couple of our milestones, we participated in many incubators, hold a provisional patent on our bioprocess, are now researching under the EPA SBIR Phase 1 award, have 3 letters of intent to commercialize our PHB, and most recently completed the construction of our first functional prototype and are now testing to iteratively improve upon it to create a market viable process. In the next year and a half, all of our efforts will be aligned with having our first scale runs occur by late 2022. So for the time being, we are optimizing at the benchtop scale and will begin the scale up and material testing cascades later this year. We'll expand our team with our first hire, as well as an internship program this summer, and we'll continue to expand our commercialization efforts during the SBIR Phase 2 timeline after identifying a commercial partner with whom we can use, with facilities that we can use to further scale up our process to the plant scale. I'm happy to answer more about this in the questions, but this is the long-term scale-up prospect of our process. And as you can see, we will raise funds consecutively over the next 5 years to continue scaling up at each stage, either constructing further upon an existing plant or building our own to expand capacity. And we will, by the end of that 5 years, be projecting over approximately $20 million in monthly gross sales. So the funds that are on the table today, we will use to continue that scaling up cascade that I mentioned earlier, as well as the growth of our team, either in the form of purchasing a bioreactor, which will be our first time going beyond what is known as the benchtop phase in biotechnology, and paying student interns to double our research capacity this summer. And again, we really thank you so much for this opportunity. And hope that you'll reach out if you'd like to hear more. And if you happen to know any biopolymer experts or chemical facilities managers, we'd really appreciate if you could help us make that connection. Thank you.
Awesome, Transform, a great presentation. Judges, as usual, 5 minutes for Q&A.
Hey guys, thanks so much for the presentation, and congratulations. It's a really important problem that I'm sure we're all glad that that you're working on it. Long term, do you think that the best approach is going to be to license the technology, or do you want to sort of verticalize it and produce your own sort of plastic products?
That's an excellent question, and a complicated one at that. So in the early stages, as we're scaling up, to maintain an agile business model, we will contract out the research or the manufacturing, likely with some sort of revenue share involved. After we've begun to generate some revenue and have likely a larger raise, as you saw on the time scale a couple slides back, we will then go ahead and construct our own pilot plant. The reason we'll do this is because the margins are far wider and more appealing to investors who we absolutely need, whether we are simply developing the technology and licensing out or continuing to grow it. Further incentivizing this, however, is the likelihood of acquisition down the road. Right now, the market is expanding rapidly and you have a lot of new players. However, it's very likely that consolidation will occur as more and more manufacturers are approaching these larger scale plants and requiring such large capital investment.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll add a second thank you. Very interesting technology. On the patent that you filed, is there any ownership that relates back to the university, or is this all owned within your group and your company?
Yeah, so we did decide to end up filing our first patent on the bioprocess itself with the university. So we're currently undergoing that process. And there's a lot of reasons I'd be happy to tell you more about as to why we made that decision. It was a lot of internal discussion, but ultimately when we made that decision, that is again only for our core or our current technology. So we're filing with the university's law office and are currently having the conversation around and have been verbally guaranteed the exclusive right to license and develop it. Beyond just this initial technology, however, there is the likelihood of trade secrets, proprietary blends that we will produce, allowing us to create a specific performance blend of our PHB, as well as various other forms of intellectual property in the form of plants or other design processes. Design patents, apologies.
What do you see as competition out there? Are others trying to do the same thing?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, the market is diversifying pretty rapidly. However, as I mentioned, each of these manufacturers is running into their own difficulties with scaling up. So I'll start with Danimer Scientific here. They are the only manufacturer doing so at scale right now. You may be familiar with their name because they recently went public via SPAC. So this was really exciting news for the industry. However, up until this point in time, there had only been 2 other companies to do so. And each of these companies that did successfully achieve full production scale, each went out of business due to various internal issues, some around IP and actually some around an extortion case, which I can happily point you in the direction of. A very interesting article. So beyond that, the more innovative competitors in the market are looking to use waste feedstocks like our own, however, are reliant still on unmodified organisms, which makes it more difficult to scale up and characterize the bioprocess, as well as multi-step processes. So for example, mango materials requires that they go through the process twice. They have 2 cultures in order to create PHB, whereas ours will only need 1. Beyond that, I would like to add, all of these competitors are reliant on single stream raw materials, meaning their intent is to only use 1 as they scale. We are creating a platform technology. So we are actually already actively investigating the recycling, or I guess remediation, of another environmental pollutant into PHP, and we'll continue to expand that platform as we grow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so that's all the time that we have for Q&A. Thank you so much, Transfoam. I believe next up we have MoonPie. So if MoonPie wants to share their screen, and then I'll give you the cue to get started. And immediately after MoonPie, we have Global Pal, which will go, and then we're going to take a break. Just a quick note, we are running a little bit behind schedule, so we might have to shorten the break. But yeah, everything should be going pretty smoothly besides that. So after MoonPie, we have Global Pal, and then a quick break. All right, I think we should be pretty much good to go. All right, yep, MoonPie, you have 7 minutes to pitch. Good luck.
Hi, my name is Ben, and I'm here today to tell you about MoonPie. Before I can explain MoonPie, I first have to talk about the Python programming language. It's the 2nd most popular programming language, with almost 9 million professional developers, and it's for a good reason. It's super easy to learn, read, and write, allowing developers to take a project from idea to product in an extremely short period of time. Because of this, Python has become the leading language for data science and artificial intelligence. All the big tech companies are using it, as shown by this graph highlighting the year they adopted it. The y-axis shows the millions of professional users, and you can see its growth is accelerating. But Python does have some drawbacks. Python is slow, especially compared to lower level languages, and this makes it a poor choice for some performance critical programs, and it makes it costly in both time and energy when used with large data sets. Also, Python has library dependency issues, making large projects difficult and expensive to maintain. Finally, the way Python is currently implemented, it requires a lot of resources, which limits the platforms it can be on. This is where MoonPie comes in. MoonPie is a Python distribution that can be used in place of the standard Python interpreter. When you use MoonPie, the same Python code now runs 10 to 100 times faster and uses an average of 38% less memory. Also, it has an advanced package manager that is able to solve the previously mentioned library dependency issues, which reduces maintenance costs. MoonPie statically compiles Python, which removes the need for the large Python interpreter and reduces its resource footprint, so it can now run on many new platforms. These features make MoonPie great for both developers and companies. It saves on resources, which cuts costs on both hardware and electricity. In fact, if all Python code currently running in the cloud were using MoonPie, the energy savings would be roughly enough to meet all of Iceland's energy needs. Also, Python is now a viable option for edge computing, including Internet of Things devices and web apps. Finally, it increases productivity because developers don't have to spend time optimizing or rewriting code to get the performance they need. Let me demonstrate how much faster MoonPy is. On the left is how long standard Python takes to render a simple scene. And now, for the same code rendered with MoonPy. It's the exact same code, exact same computer, but it's now 15 times faster. Here's how MoonPy compares technically to the competition. As you can see, MoonPy allows for the highest speed and lowest memory consumption without sacrificing functionality. Plus, its package manager removes the error-prone nature of standard Python. MoonPy is going to use a well-established business model where it will be free for personal and academic use, which will be used to help grow the user base quickly. Corporate and professional users, on the other hand, will have to purchase an enterprise license for $50 per user per month, which is extremely competitively priced. MoonPy's market can be broken into two groups: developers who already use Python and developers who wish they could use Python. We expect the 8 million existing developers to have a far faster adoption of MoonPy because no software rewrites will be necessary, while the adoption among the 24 million developers who are now able to use Python due to the benefits of MoonPy will likely be slower because of the hassle of switching languages. If a company were able to capture the entire market, it would generate 19 billion in annual revenue. Obviously, I'm not expecting the entire market. Instead, I expect to capture 3% of the current Python market, which is reasonable following Anaconda's adoption rate. Plus, I project MoonPy will capture 0.5% of the systems and web market within the same 3-year period. Using those projections, in 3 years, MoonPy would have a yearly revenue of $230 million. Because of the low cost of maintaining the distribution, we expect to have a large profit margin of 82% once a critical mass of users is obtained. After over 1.5 years of development, MoonPy has now entered its alpha stage. During this period, an offer was made by a private company to acquire the IP behind MoonPy, but we were not able to agree on terms. Once it is mostly compatible with the Python standard, MoonPy will enter its beta stage and it will become available for public testing. Following 0.5 year of the open beta, we plan to release the full enterprise version to the public. Thank you so much, and I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
All right, awesome. Thank you,
Hi, Ben.
Ben. Yep, go ahead. Touch of questions. 5 minutes for all the judges.
Hi, Ben. Thanks for that. Quick question about your interpreter. What language is it written in? And could you sort of hint at what trade-offs you had to make for speed? I understand you probably can't get into too much detail, but just trying to understand how it works.
Yeah, so I guess at this point, it's all implemented in C, but rather than an interpreter, it uses now a static compiler and a pretty novel runtime. And so it's actually able to get these performance increases without having to sacrifice any of Python's functionality.
Got it. And that's why you're able to show the a higher compatibility rate. Is that just for standard Python, or do you expect that to also hold true for most libraries? Because
oh yeah, that's a great question. Yeah, so it's both with standard Python, but also the library interface for MoonPy is backwards compatible with the one for standard Python as well. And so it should still be able to be used with existing Python libraries. But the benefit is that the interface is expanded. And so if you were to fine tune a library for MoonPy, it could get even faster.
Got it. Thank you.
Hey, Ben, congratulations on the progress of MoonPy, and thanks for the presentation.
Thank you.
Right now you're thinking about charging enterprises. Have you thought about an open source go-to-market, rather than just making it free for personal use and academics?
Yeah. As soon as we reach the open beta stage, I do plan on making it open source. It's closed source at this point just to protect the IP until it's ready, but that should be coming soon. And so.
Are you working with any companies right now, or like who's using MoonPie sort of in the wild?
So as of this point, I am not working with any companies, but I guess it has. I've been testing it with like actual Python like projects that are used for real companies and stuff like that. So.
Have you had conversations with companies, even early stage conversations, I'm just curious, like, obviously like you're sort of building it for yourself and the problems that you see in the Python ecosystem, but I'm just wondering if you've had any sort of commercial input into, what folks would want to buy.
Yes, that's a great question. I guess as of this point, I have not talked to any companies, though I guess the inspiration from MoonPie was actually like my own. Like I wanted this solution for myself, which is I guess that was my initial product validation.
Awesome. Thank you so much, and congrats again.
Thank you.
We have a time for one more question, I believe. Anyone wants to ask?
Hey, Ben, just a final question. You mentioned that you did have conversations with someone about buying the code and that didn't go anywhere. I mean, is that an ultimate plan also in terms of revenue generation? Are you looking to sell at some point? I'm just trying to get a sense as to future options and plans.
Yeah, so I guess, currently I don't have any such plans, but I could imagine how that would be a possible exit strategy, especially companies that currently use a lot of Python in like a cloud environment, like using Python or using MoonPie could save them quite a bit of money. And so I could imagine an exit in that manner.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, if there's nothing else, well, thank you, MoonPie, for presenting. Next up, we have Global Pal. So if Global Pal wants to share their screen, we'll get started in a few minutes.
Great. Hi, everyone. My name is Neil Single, and I'm excited to share how Global Pal is rethinking group payments. The problem that my co-founders and I ran into is that growing out in groups is fun and a core part of the college experience until at times come to pay, whether it's splitting the bill at the table, having to wait to get paid back, the awkward conversations and reminders, as well as being shortchanged. We realized there was a significant problem with group spend, and there needed to be a better solution. What we developed is the first unified platform that allows you to go from any type of transaction with a receipt to being able to digitize it in seconds through a receipt scanner, having people within the group select the items that they individually ordered or split it with other users, and then be able to pay within the app itself, as well as share the exact amounts, and finally be able to show your transaction history, as well as to be able to see how you've been spending and additional budgeting tools. Looking towards the market, when we first developed this product, it was before COVID, when my co-founders and I studied abroad together and ran into this problem. And we decided to pivot towards more of the domestic market after our market validation, learning that students encounter these types of problems on campus with people that they live with in their dorms or apartment, or just their general friend group. This allows us to cater towards 20 million college students who have annual discretionary spending of over 125 billion. And preliminary research indicates that 35% of transactions of discretionary spending amongst college students are shared payments. We're also excited to be in a fast-moving space within fintech as well as peer-to-peer transactions with an estimated market growth rate of almost 30% by 2027. So to look towards the competitive analysis and the space that we're operating in, there's essentially two major buckets of companies, including peer-to-peer transfer applications like Venmo, Cash App, and Zelle, which don't allow you to create groups, categorize your spending. I'm sure many people have looked back at their transaction history a month or two later, and with short captions, you can't understand what you're actually spending on. These services don't allow you to be able to capture receipts, digitize them, or store them. And the only service they really offer is individual payments, which force groups to have to be able to create individual transactions for every single person. On the other side, there's services like Splitwise as well as Split, which will allow you to create groups and categorize your spending. But services that we believe at Global Pal should be free, like receipt scanning and cross-border currencies, are not a free service. And finally, you can't actually complete the payment on that service itself, having to rely on another peer transfer application to complete the process. Going into our business model, and essentially what differentiates us from the market is uniting the fractured payments space, especially with peer-to-peer transfer applications and then glorified calculators. What we're looking to do is focused featured set, as well as a specifically identified market that continues to spend a large amount of their discretionary money within groups. This allows us to be able to monetize data, knowing everything about the transaction, the types of vendors that students are utilizing, as well as transaction amount, group size, and frequency of spend. We're also able to capture interchange revenue on peer-to-peer transfers sent directly through our application. And as we continue to grow and reach scale, we'd like to be able to utilize vendor advertisement commission by offering in-app rewards and discounts for groups going out, as well as long-term credit products like short-term loans for your semester or your summer internship while you need to be able to cover rent or your discretionary spending. Speak a little bit about our execution speed and how we went from idea to market within a year. We started off at a rocket pitch competition, which was one slide back when my co-founders and I had this problem. And it was really that event that inspired building the product. When students came up to us and said, "Do you have this available? We're ready to use it." And that's when we really decided to be able to understand the market, see what types of pain points students have, and what would be essential for our product. This led us to develop in both iOS and Android over the course of 9 months with continued beta testing. And then in late December 2020, we set up our banking infrastructure and now our program manager to be able to capture interchange revenue for the transactions on our platform. Speak a little bit about our launch metrics. We've been live for a little bit over 2 months. We have over 275 active users, along with over 325 transactions completed. And we recently just hit a milestone of over $10,000 in total transaction volume. What users have been telling us is that we've achieved the pain points that we first sought out when we validated the market. We want to be able to provide a unified service as well as an easy user experience and make sure that payments aren't a day-long process, but rather can be completed in a matter of seconds. Looking towards the future and how we're going to continue to grow is offering exclusive discounts as well as be able to monetize through vendor commission. Over the summer, when we believe that study abroad programs are going to come back, as well as COVID dying down, we hope to be able to release a travel mode. In the third quarter of 2021, we're going to raise our seed round. And then as we look towards the end of the year and in 2022, we're going to release our credit and lending services. And finally, we're building out an API for a B2B product and have initial agreements with several large corporations across the US for utilizing our technology as a tableside web-based product. Our team and how we've been able to achieve this is diverse amongst students who are interested in finance and fintech, as well as full stack developers with previous experience and a couple designers that help with the product creation, including our website, mobile application, and continued social media presence. And we also have a business advisor who's launched multiple fintech ventures before and has been able to exit successfully. We also haven't been building this on our own and have the generous support of several organizations, including pro bono legal services under Foley and Lardner through the Georgetown Law Program. We're also working with a venture accelerator consulting team at Georgetown in order to improve our go-to-market strategy with a campus ambassador program that's set to launch in the next couple of weeks. We've been able to establish our banking relationship with Galileo Technologies. And finally, we're a member of the Johns Hopkins Fuel Accelerator program that's set to conclude at the end of the semester. What the first place prize would mean for Global Pal is tremendous. The cash would be dispersed amongst a new peer transfer service that we've identified to improve the user experience, as well as notifications we offer, our social media marketing, and a majority would be spent on our campus ambassador program, where we've identified 10 schools that are fully opened, as well as have an active student presence, where we'd be able to see the most types of transactions. The AWS credits would also be tremendous for us as we host all of our receipts as well as transaction data and the backend on AWS and are currently paying on a monthly basis for these services. And finally, if we were able to win, we'd utilize the funds for legal services for cross-border regulatory compliance, because each country that we'd like to enter has different restrictions as well as rules. And this would tremendously help us as we prepare for the summer when we want to release our travel program. Thank you so much, and excited to answer all of your questions.
Great. Thank you so much. Global Pal judges, 5 minutes for Q&A.
Hey, Neil, congrats on the progress. I mean, it's a really impressive product, and to complete a Galileo integration, I know it's not easy. Wanted to ask, like, is your plan to sort of have all the features of a Cash App and then layer on groups on top of that? Or are there things that Cash App will do or Venmo will do that you guys will not be able to do on your app?
So the way that we've thought about it is that Venmo and Cash App work well in peer services, whether with one-on-one transactions. Venmo tried to release sort of a group spend product that they made exclusive on their credit card and decided to actually take it back after the Braintree acquisition. Our real end goal is proving out this concept with group spend through a consumer-facing app, and then building out our B2B product. That's where we see the most opportunity through a SaaS model and already have early interest, and the technology is being built actively.
But is there any sort of consumer behavior that occurs through a Cash App or a Venmo that I wouldn't be able to do via Global Pay? Like, I'm sort of just understanding if your functionality is a superset of theirs.
Yeah, so all the functionality you can get on those apps are offered through ours. We just are building on the group side as well.
And then what, most sort of group products or social networks or all of those sort of start by accumulating like an early set of customers in some kind of area. And I'm wondering, like, as you think about go to market, how are you trying to get a density of users from a particular area? Like, where do you think the near-term opportunity is for that?
Yeah, so we've been pretty happy with the success within the DC area. I go to Georgetown along with my co-founder, but all schools in the DC area are primarily virtual, with students still being on campus. With the Campus Ambassador program, the 10 schools that we're starting out with are operating in person right now. And so that's where we'll see the most organic growth, whether it's one friend introducing it to 5 others or an apartment. So that's where we're going to start the rollout over the spring, and then towards the summer as well as fall, when more and more schools start going back in person, that's what we'll see the most growth.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hey, Neil, good presentation, good thoughts. A couple of follow-up questions. Just going back to Venmo and Cash, to the extent you get on their radar screen, is there anything that would stop them from just replicating what you're working to build out?
Yeah, I think that's definitely something that we've thought of. We have filed a preliminary patent on some of the technology that we utilize within the actual group spend, as well as conversion over other peer transfer services. So that's where we're trying to protect our technology there. But to be 100% transparent, they could build out services that are pretty similar. What's most exciting for us is that Venmo tried to go in this space by requiring a credit card, and that product didn't work. We're trying to make this free and the most easy to use, and I don't think really those services focus on it because they've been able to capture such a large part of the individual peer transfer market.
So, I mean, as part of an exit strategy, would you be open to, a phone call from either of those companies, Venmo or Cash, if they said, "Hey, you guys made it work. We'd like you to join us," so to speak?
Yeah, I think that's what's exciting about being in a startup in early stages. We can move a lot quicker than some of these organizations that have a lot of different board meetings, as well as just like a general process of actually getting technology started. So if there was an opportunity to be able to exit to one of those platforms that already has a tremendous user base, we're definitely open to it. But our focus is really being able to prove out the consumer side, and then build out the B2B product, where we see a lot of opportunity on the table side.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have time for one question or 2 quick ones.
How long did it take you to do the Galileo integration?
So from a development perspective, it took 6 months with working with their sandbox and then actually getting all of the approvals. And then we released it after 1 month of waitlist when the product released.
What is the sort of backend bank that you're using that you're banking with?
It's Bancorp.
Got it. Cool. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much.
All right, yeah, thank you, Global Pal. I guess we're not that far behind schedule. So what we have right now is a 30-ish minute break. We're gonna reconvene around 2:30. This should give some time for the judges who were taking a lot of time out of their day. So we really thank them. So we're gonna have the following 6 pitches start at 2:30, and the next pitch to start is Trill Project at 2:30. So Trill Project, Hydrova, New Tech, Astra Health, Rex, and College Thrifts will be in our second session. So yep, feel free to join then, and yep, that's it. Reach out to me if you have any questions in the meantime. All right, everyone, it's almost 2:30. And so we're gonna get started shortly with Trill project, I believe is up next. Same as before, just to remind everyone, the teams have 7 minutes to pitch with a 5 minutes of Q&A and then a little bit of break in between. We have 6 pitches left. We are on schedule, so we should be done around 4 o'clock. After 4 o'clock, we're gonna have a judges deliberation as well as some networking. We have different breakout rooms open so people can talk to each other about their ideas, and then we'll have an award ceremony after that. So I think that's pretty much it. Judges Dave, Amit, and Archa, or is Archa here? I don't think Archa is here. Yeah, I guess we'll wait for her for a little bit until she comes back. Maybe she left. But once Archa shows up, we can get started. All right, I think Archa's back. So if the judges are ready, Trill, you can share your screen. Yeah. Once you start presenting, 7 minutes. Good luck.
Okay, perfect. Am I good to go?
Yes, you're good to go.
Great. So hi, everyone. My name is Georgia Messenger, and I am the co-founder and COO of Trill Project. So teens are spending on average 10 hours per day online. Social media usage in particular has increased 44% since March 2020. In theory, people from around the globe are the most connected they've ever been, and it's all thanks to technology. Yet depression rates have tripled over the course of the last year as well. Where is the disconnect here? I've been trying to answer this question since I was 11 years old when I signed up for my very own first social media account. Flash forward a decade later, I study psychology and computer science at Harvard and continue to seek to understand if social media has in fact been causing more harm than good. I've learned that what companies have failed to realize is my generation is disillusioned by the novelty social media creates. I, like so many young people, crave deeper connections beyond likes and followers. So my team and I decided that social media needed one big upgrade. Trill is a combination of the words true and real. Trill Project is our anonymous social networking application where individuals can freely express themselves to feel a sense of belonging. To start, users choose from a selection of vibrant colors to randomly generate their anonymous identity. Users show support by commenting on and snapping for posts and can customize their feeds by joining virtual support groups. Support score is the only number you'll see associated with a user profile on Trill, and that's entirely in the user's control based on how active and positive they are in our community. Users can set their profiles as open to talk, message with each other, and friend other users, but the number of friends a given user has remains private. You see, on Trill, we are reinventing social networking. We replace followers with friends, emojis with true feelings, and selfies with real people. With this user-centric design, we've been downloaded over 80,000 times and have started 500,000 conversations on Trill all around the globe. We've achieved all of this growth organically, and this is because we are incredibly close to our users. Trill started back when I was a senior in high school after hearing about my friend's struggle coming out as a bisexual teen. I rallied together my Girls Who Code Club, and we sent out this anonymous survey to LGBTQ+ teens across Tumblr, asking, what would you say if nobody knew you were saying it? Through grassroots marketing strategies, we received hundreds and then thousands of responses, stories of feeling unheard, isolated, and alone. These early connections we made in customer discovery, these people who believed in my team and me enough to share their most intimate stories with us, became our first beta testers. Trill was designed collaboratively with 10,000 beta testers, and our users have trusted us from day one to listen without judgment and build this community for them. My team and I are building this company for our friends, classmates, the online communities we belong to, and our generation as a whole. This means we have chosen to focus on certain groups that have traditionally been forgotten about. Our early focus was on the LGBTQ+ community, but key Trill users are really anyone and everyone who doesn't feel like the current options are working for their needs and promoting a place where they can feel comfortable sharing their identity and feelings online. While it may seem counterintuitive, our experiences with Trill have given us the unique empathy and insight to know that anonymity and stepping away from whatever identities actually confine you and constrain you in the real world can allow you to more fully and authentically discover the version of yourself you want to show up in a digital landscape as. Our in-app content channel also bridges these in-person and digital worlds together. In our Trill Talk series, we publish interviews with creators and influencers who are willing to share their true and real stories with our users. And this is also a great organic marketing strategy for us. But our top priority is connecting users who need support not only to friends and stories, but also to professional resources. Our moderators train machine learning algorithms that work to report posts and direct users in need to crisis resources, which are built within the app. Our Gen Z team has recruited and manages this growing network of moderators, content creators, and campus ambassadors. We're now a team of over 30, and we are entirely student-powered and majority female engineers. We've recently opened up our B2B revenue streams through an advertiser model with mission-aligned partners. We've observed that sponsored posts on Instagram are getting 76% more likes compared to pre-pandemic. And right now we have two exciting partners with signed contracts, Aura Health and SteadyMD, to advertise on Trill. And we're in the R&D phase to determine the best and most non-invasive way to integrate ads into the Trill user experience. In conclusion, I'd like to invite you all to download our app for free on the Google Play Store and App Store, follow us on socials, subscribe to our newsletter, and join us in our movement to make the internet and world a safer space for all people. Thank you all for listening, and don't forget to stay Trill. So I'd welcome any questions or feedback now.
All right, awesome. Trill, judges, as usual, 5 minutes for Q&A.
Hey, Georgia, congrats on the progress, and it was a wonderful presentation, so thank you. I had a question for you. Historically, anonymous apps have had a lot of problems with toxicity and abuse, and really, like, when I think about, I'm losing it actually. What was the anonymous app on Yik Yak on college campuses? I think they had a lot of problems with that. Or Secret, they had a lot of problems with that. How do you think Trill can address those or do something different that those apps weren't able to do?
So we've definitely learned a ton. One of the early investors in Yik Yak sits on our advisory board now. And I think when we started Trill in 2018, when I was a senior in high school, people weren't thinking about this as much. And now it's 2021 and we've observed all these changes in behaviors. And I really feel that now is the time that my generation and Gen Z in particular is going to be the ones leading this change. So it's, as crazy as it sounds, in our 3 years of operations, I can count on one hand how many cases of abuse we've had to take action against on Trill, because the people that have self-selected into our community have really wanted to be there. So it's one through our users, and then how kind they are, but using moderators and machine learning to scale that.
And then if Trill is really successful, who do you think you eat market share or attention from? Do you think you eat into sort of Instagram? Do you think you eat into Snap? Who sort of loses if Trill wins?
Creating a whole nother category. I think regardless, Snap and Instagram are going to lose soon. It's something that we've been seeing their decline for a while now. And I'm scared that something else worse could come in, potentially replace that. And I think whatever new way young people are connecting online needs to be created by the people like myself and my team that have had social media since we were so young. So I think it's going to be a totally new category, and the failure of those other apps isn't contingent on our success, as people are really craving to discover virtual connections.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Hey, Georgia, congrats also. Really interesting presentation and exciting ideas. I just want to circle back. I know you mentioned a number of downloads that you have already. I'm just curious what traction that's had so far on the kind of the ad side and the revenue side, and where those plans are going to take you going forward.
Yeah, so the download numbers there are organic. So right now, really, we just started this as a problem our friend was having and have just recently started to think, how can we begin to monetize this? So with the 2 advertising clients we have, we've just signed those contracts within the last few weeks. So we haven't yet put the ads live into the app. What we're figuring out is, how do we bring those ads to our users in a way that is non-invasive? So if we're integrating that into our content channel, which has one of the highest pieces of engagement in our app, through our messaging feature, which is the #1 feature, and then always working with mission-aligned advertisers, which we're seeing a ton of telehealth, meditation apps, and these sorts of things being created that need to acquire users and could use Trill as a launch pad to find customers.
So, no, that's interesting. Just a, I guess, a related question. To the extent that Trill is more focused on support within a larger and smaller communities, do you envision, and you touched on this already, but do you envision that the apps might be presented in a different way, or are you trying to make them less intrusive, perhaps, as part of the user experience? I guess that balances against the advertisers themselves, but I'm just kind of curious the thought process.
That's what we're working through right now. And the reason we haven't monetized to date is because we didn't want to be, like selling people sugar bear hair and FabFitFun boxes when they're trying to come onto Trill to talk about a sensitive issue. So working with those mission-aligned partners is a priority of ours, and hoping that Trill can be a first step to eliminate stigma. So I'm not a doctor or a mental health expert by any means, but our partners at SteadyMD are. Young people, however, might not go on and purchase a SteadyMD subscription because there's so much shame associated with getting professional help. They maybe never saw examples of that in their family or in their school. And they can go on to Trill and maybe eliminate some of those barriers to entry to then seek professional support from our partners. So I think delivering that through our content channel and through our messaging feature is going to be the most successful, but we're still running those experiments right now.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, Georgia. I just had a quick question about the traction you reported. Thanks for the presentation, by the way. It was really cool. So you mentioned you've had 80K organic downloads, which was awesome. I was wondering what time period over what time period are you reporting this?
Yeah, so that's since our public launch, June 20th, 2018.
2018?
Yes.
Got it. Oh, cool. And do you have a sense of what age group you tend to appeal to the most? Like who your typical user is?
Yeah, so we work with a research institute out of UC Davis to do studies on Trill's user personas. Since everything is anonymous, we don't directly collect that information. But from like extrapolation, they've found that our users are aged 17 to 25. I would hypothesize it's slightly younger even, and people are lying about their age.
Right, that makes sense. Thank you. Great. Judges, any more questions? Okay, you can take a couple minutes to write down your thoughts, and then we'll welcome Hydroba at 2:45.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Trill.
Are we ready to go, or should we give another minute?
Yes, you can start whenever you're ready.
Great. So, hi everyone. My name is Julian Davis, and I'm joined by my co-founder Rostam Reifschneider, and we are extremely excited to present Hydrova, an opportunity to fight climate change with green hydrogen. Hydrogen is one of the most promising technologies in clean energy today, with emerging applications like fuel cell vehicles. The hydrogen industry today is worth $24 billion and is growing to $45 billion in 2030. With climate change rapidly accelerating, the shift towards hydrogen energy solutions are becoming all the more urgent. The problem is that 98% of hydrogen today actually comes from fossil fuels in a highly carbon emitting process. There is an alternative method called electrolysis that can produce hydrogen cleanly, but at 3 to 5 times the cost of fossil fuels hydrogen. The hydrogen industry thus faces a trade-off between cheap, dirty hydrogen and clean, expensive hydrogen.
At Hydrova, we've developed a novel, low-cost, and clean method for producing hydrogen using two of the most abundant and renewable materials on the planet, aluminum and water. Hydrova is highly scalable since, unlike electrolysis, it requires no direct input energy. Our method is zero emissions, preventing 9 tons of CO2 for every ton of hydrogen we produce. And our hydrogen production cost is 1/3 the cost of electrolysis, directly competing with fossil fuels hydrogen. The value of our technology lies in producing hydrogen on site and on demand for low volume users. We solve the costly and complicated problem of transporting hydrogen by instead transporting aluminum fuel. Just 1 truckload of Hydrova's aluminum fuel produces 10 truckloads worth of hydrogen. After conducting over 25 customer discovery interviews, we've identified product market fit in hydrogen forklifts. This is a rapidly growing market with some of the biggest retail and distribution companies using hydrogen-powered forklifts, including Home Depot, Amazon, and Walmart. We've conducted customer discovery interviews with the largest hydrogen forklift provider in the world, Plug Power, the 3 largest hydrogen suppliers in the world, Air Products, Air Liquide, and Linde, and hydrogen forklift users themselves, including FedEx, Wegmans, and FreezePack. In doing so, we learned about a major problem for hydrogen forklift users. Currently, hydrogen is delivered in weekly batches, which leaves users vulnerable to downtime if a shipment is delayed. Running out of fuel is not an option for busy distribution centers who can't afford to have their forklifts idle. Hydrova's technology enables these users to take control of their own fuel supply by producing hydrogen on site and on demand using any water source, eliminating the risk of downtime. On top of that, on-site production eliminates the need for costly and difficult liquid hydrogen storage.
Our initial market of hydrogen forklifts is worth $30 million and is growing at 30% year over year. And we have advisors with veteran experience in this industry. After gaining a foothold in the hydrogen forklift market, we can expand to serve other low volume customers who consume $1.2 billion worth of hydrogen every year. These are customers that can specifically benefit from on-site hydrogen production and include metal processors and glass manufacturers. The total addressable market for hydrogen in the US is $24 billion and is expected to nearly double by 2030, reaching $45 billion. Hydrova has proven the concept in the lab with a prototype actively producing hydrogen through our method. We have interviewed industry experts such as industrial gas companies like Air Products, steel producers like Midrex, hydrogen fueling station developers like First Element Fuels, and hydrogen forklift providers like Plug Power. To protect our competitive advantage, we have additionally filed 2 provisional patents on our method. The core science behind the aluminum water reaction has been researched and proven by various institutions, including UC Davis, the US Army, and MIT. One company, Trolysis, attempted to commercialize the technology in 2019, but was acquired and then quashed before going to market. Hence, this technology has yet to be applied commercially by entrepreneurs. That's where Hydrova comes in. and we've done the customer discovery to find an exciting commercial application in hydrogen forklifts. There are engineering advancements needed to bring the core science out of the lab and into a commercial setting. These advancements are exactly what Hydrova's IP is centered around, and this leads to our moat. Our 2 provisional patents, our year of R&D work, and our first mover advantage put Hydrova in a strong competitive position. Additionally, the push towards green hydrogen makes now the time to commercialize this technology.
And our team is the right team for the job, with backgrounds in mechanical engineering from MIT, physics from Georgetown, technical advisors with engineering PhDs, and strategic advisors with close ties to our initial market of hydrogen forklifts. For example, our strategic advisor, Howard Eisenberg, is the founder of a warehouse automation company, Eurosort, working with the very companies that use hydrogen forklifts. Our technical advisor, Dr. Addison Stark, holds an engineering PhD from MIT with specialization in physiochemical processes, in addition to being the former ARPA-E program director. And our other technical advisor, Dr. Fadil Saadi, is the co-founder of a hydrogen startup himself, C0, which recently raised a $12 million Series A led by the Bill Gates-backed Breakthrough Energy Ventures. Our next key milestones are to raise funding, expand the team, and secure a commercial pilot. We're looking to make our first key engineering hires to help with product development, building our first demonstration prototype to fuel a hydrogen forklift. We're also seeking to raise our seed round of capital in addition to government grants to give ourselves the runway to do so. Hitting these milestones will help us achieve our first commercial pilots with paying customers. Thank you for your time, and we will now take any questions.
Thank you, Hydrova. Let's kick off the 5 minutes of questions.
Hey guys, congrats on the progress and nice presentation. What's sort of the delta between now and having a commercial product in market? Can you just like walk us through the timeline and sort of the steps that need to happen?
Yeah, so before going to a commercial product in the market, we need to do some pilot demonstrations to validate the technology in a commercial setting. So right now, the technology is at TRL level 4, which is basically like a working prototype in the lab. And we need to make some developments to take that working lab prototype to an actual commercially viable prototype that can be used in a commercial demonstration. And so that's what we're working on right now, and we're raising the funding to do so.
Okay, got it. And sort of what is the time frame that you think you'll be, call it like live with a customer, like when you estimate that's going to happen?
Yeah. So Julian, you can go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, so as the slide points out, we're planning on raising our seed round in the next few months. Then we're going to be hiring our first engineers later this year, and hope to be securing our first pilot opportunities in 2022, excuse me.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Congrats also, a great presentation. Just some questions on the 2 patents that you referenced. Where are you at in that process? Is it just, are you, more specifically, are they provisionals? Have you filed a full, any examination? And I guess more broadly, have you done anything to see what the landscape is out there on any similar technology?
Yeah.
Absolutely. So we talk about the rest.
Yeah, so on the landscape, we've done a ton of prior art searching, and we're pretty confident that the advancements that we've made go beyond what's already in the public domain, and we think we have a really high chance of getting them granted. So the applications that we've written are fully fledged out, fully done. They have like all the data collected, all the supporting data to evidence our arguments, and they're ready to convert. So they are provisional right now, but as soon as we're ready with the funding to go through the rounds, we can pull the trigger and convert to a full utility.
Yeah, and essentially the reason we filed them as provisionals now was to delay the cost of going through the full process.
Sure. Is there any ownership that connects back to a university?
So since we did all of the experimentation and R&D in our own lab space in San Diego, our Hydrova LLC is the sole assignee of the technology, and we're the named inventors. So we have full ownership of the IP.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
we have time for a few more questions if any arise. If not, judges can take a few minutes, gather thoughts, and then we'll wait for new tech at 3 p.m. Thank you so much, Hydrova.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Judges, are you ready to start with the next team? You could just thumbs up, react. Okay, great. New tech, you can go ahead and share your screen and start whenever you're ready.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us.
I'm Deb.
And I'm Ashley, and we are New Tech, revolutionizing the safety of biopsies. We envision a world where lung biopsies are safe for all patients. Lung biopsies are a critical procedure used to diagnose cancer and infections and to track the progression of a patient's treatment. No patient should have to worry about pain or procedural complications, and certainly not about the risk of a repeat biopsy, which would delay their prognosis. And every interventional radiologist conducting the biopsy should feel confident that just one needle puncture will create a pathway to collect sufficient tissue for both diagnosis and personalized medicine. This world, however, is far from reality. Despite the necessity and the frequency of percutaneous lung biopsies occurring in over 150,000 patients in the US each year, 1 in 5 patients will have their lung collapse, otherwise known as a pneumothorax. Pneumothorax results in overnight hospital stays and long-term damage to the respiratory and cardiovascular system. And if that's not enough, 4 in 10 patients will need a repeat lung biopsy, with 1/3 occurring because of a lack of collected tissue. This results in significant cost burdens. Each year in the US, $120 million is spent on pneumothorax mitigations and $210 million is spent on repeat biopsies just to collect more tissue. This is because the same straight biopsy technology is used across organs. The standard system consists of 2 parts, the hollow trocar, which guides the biopsy needle, and the biopsy needle, which collects the tissue. Because both parts are straight, it is impossible to navigate around ribs and blood vessels and sample more than one area of tissue in just one attempt. This causes the physician to remove and reinsert the entire biopsy system, resulting in an average of 3 punctures per procedure, which increases the patient's risk of pneumothorax. For example, the interventional radiologist had to take the path in yellow, traversing across most of the lung because a straight needle could not follow the purple path, which would require angling underneath the rib. And only a 10-degree curvature would be a game changer. Therefore, we have developed the very first biopsy needle attachment to enable both an angled and a straight path to access any site in only one puncture, the trocap. The trocap is a mechanically controlled device that seamlessly integrates with the standard workflow and biopsy system. It is compatible with the most common imaging modalities and has an airtight handle to reduce the risk of pneumothorax. The trocap fits inside a standard trocar and allows a biopsy needle to slide through and guide out at the prescribed angle.
By creating this technically feasible design, enabling interventional radiologists to take the optimal needle path, and reducing dangerous airflow, the TroCap will create the world we had just talked about, one where lung biopsies are safe for all patients and save $1/3 billion each year. And our patent searches have shown that we have a clear competitive edge with freedom to operate. Unlike robotic-assisted devices for biopsies, we work with the standard of care, and the associated cost, expertise, training, and increase in procedure time have caused our stakeholders to be skeptical that these robotic-assisted solutions would ever be accepted as a new standard. Furthermore, our TroCap is adaptable to all biopsies that face the same navigation challenges that lung biopsies face. We will initially target the 150,000 annual US percutaneous CT-guided lung biopsies, but that's not where our device stops helping patients. Our device can assist 1.2 million patients in the US each year, those needing liver, kidney, and prostate biopsies, and could even expand to other biopsies. This is all within a fast-growing market. The US biopsy market is expected to reach more than $14 billion by 2025. This directly translates to an immense growth potential for new tech. By selling our reimbursable TroCap in packages of 5 for $250 directly to hospitals, our projected revenue for the US percutaneous CT-guided lung biopsy market is $7.5 million each year, which will rapidly expand to $62 million each year. These remarkable projections are due to the extremely low manufacturing cost of only $20 to produce one TroCap. To date, we have fabricated and tested more than 10 TroCaps, with 3 of them successfully passing the most critical test, the 10-degree curvature. And our airtight component blocks 100% of airflow. We are also currently in 2 accelerator programs, have conducted over 13 stakeholder interviews, and have 1 provisional patent pending submission with Johns Hopkins. We are grateful to have won 4 awards from the Biomedical Engineering Department at Johns Hopkins and $11,000 in non-dilutive funding to date. The support provided by Carnegie Mellon University would be game-changing. In the next 9 months, with the general cash prize combined with our other funding, we would be on track to integrate our first device ready for detailed verification and validation testing and usability testing in the CT environment, and then validate safety and efficacy with our first translational animal study. With the legal cash prize, we would be able to trademark new tech, incorporate as an LLC here in Maryland, and meet with an FDA consultant to help detail our animal study. What is truly remarkable is that all of this is achievable because of the TroCap's technical feasibility. This perfectly sets us up for our long-term business model. We will exclusively license our IP, accelerate through the FDA pathway as a Class 2 510(k) device, network with physicians who will help champion our device with interventional radiology purchasing departments, and launch our TroCap in the market. As a reimbursable accessory to the standard biopsy system and workflow with clear patient and financial value, clinicians and hospitals would be eager to be our customers. We would not be able to say all of this if it weren't for our dedicated and passionate team and our strong advisory network. To us, the support from Carnegie Mellon is the clear next step. This funding is the perfect amount to link us to our next major milestone of validating our device and formalizing the transition from a student venture into a startup. Thank you.
Great presentation, guys. Thank you. Judges, we can go ahead with the questions.
Great presentation. Thank you. Let me just take you back a little bit to the IP that you talked about. Do you already have the license in place with Johns Hopkins?
So we don't currently already have that in place. We've been speaking with them for about 6 months, and we've been kind of going back and forth looking at kind of the IP landscape. And so we will file our IP with them and currently are in the process of doing that. And then after that point, us as new tech, after we've incorporated, we would then exclusively license our IP from them.
Okay. How many inventors do you have for the device?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Sorry, individual. I'm just curious, how many individual inventors do you have?
So as of right now, so the 5 of us, as well as 3 other team members, we were the core biomedical engineering team that started this. So it's the 8 of us, as well as our clinical sponsor, Dr. Liddell.
Okay. And you mentioned the FDA clearance process. Do you have, and I think you already said this, but do you have anyone you're working with already on that, or do you need, you think you said a consultant that may help with the overall application and the like?
Definitely. So we have a pretty good support system with our advisors already, and they've really helped us identify in with the class 2 510K pathway. We've identified a few predicate devices, and so we feel confident kind of with our industry advisor and clinical advisor that we would really only need animal study data to set us up. So really the help, kind of what we would be using the prize for would be to kind of make a connection with someone and basically have a pre-submission meeting with someone in the FDA, just to make sure that when we're preparing for our animal studies, we're kind of going through the process, recording our data, and kind of making our FMEA analysis in a way that we don't really need to go back, redo anything, so that when it does come time to submitting everything, we kind of have all our ducks in a row.
And what do you estimate the full cost on the FDA process?
So for that, at this point, because it's we're going through the class 2 device, it costs about $25,000 to $30,000 with all of our documentation and testing.
All right, thank you. Thank you, that's helpful. I'll let some others ask questions.
Thanks for the presentation. I was just wondering on the FDA sort of point, are there sort of any applications or, ways that you can make forward progress outside of the FDA or in parallel with the FDA process? Or is it really just kind of like, that's just a big hurdle and we have to clear it, and only then can we kind of proceed on the rest of it?
Definitely. So kind of what we're planning on doing is we've already mapped out the 2 animal studies that we would want to conduct. So that's why we want to talk with an FDA consultant as soon as possible. So we're basically working through the development process of our device, so that once we've kind of collected our animal study data, it should be a very straightforward process to get that FDA clearance, since it's exactly right what you said. We do need to wait for that clearance to really start selling.
And you talk about the lung biopsy market, but the tool that you're building, do you think could be used in other applications, other parts of medicine?
Definitely. So we definitely are starting off with the lung biopsy market because of the additional risk of having a patient's lung collapse during the procedure. But really, that's kind of an added value in addition to just the navigational advantages that we're bringing. That's really advantageous for liver, prostate, or kidney biopsies, because physicians really struggle with navigating around blood vessels or even loops of bowel or other sort of anatomical structures inside.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Any more questions, judges?
Just one more as a follow-up, and you may have covered this, but is there yet a medical device company that you've spoken with or that may have expressed any interest in moving this forward?
So that's something that we definitely plan on doing. So we've spoken with our clinical sponsor about pursuing that path. We haven't gotten to that point yet, just because we're waiting until we can move closer to an animal study ready prototype, which is what we're currently working for. But that definitely is the path that we're definitely going to pursue. And we haven't spoken with them, but we have kind of done our own kind of like internet search of looking at different companies that would be good to approach.
Yeah, who's out there in this space? I can't recall specifically.
So as of right now, basically Merit Medical, Temno, Bard, those are really the big companies right now that are selling trocars and biopsy needle systems that are the standard systems. But then The other way that people are trying to kind of engage with the market is more of these robotic assisted solutions that haven't really been readily adopted. And so those are companies like Intuitive Surgical or Auris Health.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, great. Judges, take a couple of minutes, and then we will have Astro Health present at 3:11. Thank you so much, New Tech, by the way. You can go ahead and share your screen and start whenever you're ready. Good luck.
Thank you. Can everybody see that?
Yep.
All right, perfect. Take it away.
Awesome. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Astro Health, data-driven opioid mitigation. My name is Bharath Kumar, and today I'm joined by my fellow co-founders Aditya Tucker, Tony Tao, and Shanmoy Karmakar. This is our agenda for today, and let's get into it. Starting off with the problem. I wanted to give you a brief background of the opioid crisis. In the year of 2019, there were over 81,000 deaths in the United States alone. And this is a 6% increase from the previous year. And we've only seen this number grown from 1999, where the opioid crisis was first put into effect and really took the country by a shock. On the right-hand side, I have 3 alarming facts that I wanted to point out. And first was 80% of the heroin users started with prescription opioids. Children from the ages of 13 are prescribed opioids, from simple procedures such as a tonsillitis to wisdom teeth surgeries. And one of the biggest problems has been the accountability and the safety of patients after they're prescribed these opioids. And so we have identified 3 main problems with this situation. First is the lack of opioid prescription regulation. Next, the lack of patient-doctor interaction. And finally, the lack of active safety for first-time users. And this all boils down to 3 problems: overprescription, accountability, and safety, which we have taken into account and presented as a part of our solution and addressed them. And so I'm going to hand it off to Tony.
As a team, we have developed a 2-part solution to solve this problem. The first is an IOMT connected pill bottle that enables us to track when and how patients are using their medication. With our app, patients will be able to know how many pills they have left when they took their last pill and how much risk they are imposing on themselves based on their current usage, as well as other relevant information. Now, you must be wondering what we're doing with all this data, which leads me to the core of what our solution offers. We will build a powerful analytics tool that allows doctors to better distinguish patients of different risk levels, not before they start their treatment, but during the treatment itself. Not only will we rely on PDMP data and medical records from the EHR, like many other companies out there, we will analyze real-time usage data streamed directly from the patient's bottle, giving us more accurate predictions than can be ever imaginable from a simple screening tool. Using deep neural networks, we will be able to tell if a patient is currently at risk of addiction based on their behavioral patterns during their treatment, and we can alert doctors so they can stage early intervention and prevent unnecessary deaths. And all this information is delivered to doctors through a seamless integration with current medical software such as the EHR, allowing doctors to build Astro Health into their existing workflow.
So, to summarize, our bottle enables patients and doctors to track real-time usage data, and our software uses that data to give doctors the capability to accurately and easily assess patient risk level. Now, we'll get into the customer segment.
Thank you, Tony. Now, looking at our customer segment, we have our primary market and our secondary market. Our primary market tends to be our healthcare providers. So this can be doctors, nurses, rehabilitation centers, pain management clinics, and any other opportunities that may arise. As for insurance companies, ABC News has actually stated that in 2018, the crisis ranked up $18 billion in commercial insurance costs. So therefore, that is a liability for these insurance companies, and we believe that they may benefit from our solutions. Now, when looking at the IOMT market, it currently sits at $31.1 billion and will grow at 28%. That is a substantial growth rate, and we believe that we can take this on. Now, in America, a majority of opioid deaths actually come from the Midwest, and therefore we believe that our target market will be 10% of the Midwest hospitals in the United States. Now, this is our current target market, but we hope to go to other parts of the US and potentially countries in Asia and Europe. We also want Astro Health to grow to other software services so we can expand the prescription monitoring of other drugs. Now, I'd like to talk about the financials. As Tony had outlined, we have our hardware and we have our software. So for our hardware, we will take a B2C approach, selling our bottle for about $20. As for our software, we hope to license an annual subscription, which will cost hospitals $250,000 per year. And now I'll hand it off to Aditya to explain our assumptions.
There are 4 core assumptions in our project. A, growing telemedicine industry. B, we are operating at a higher growth rate compared to the industrial average. And C, our product diversity through the 2-pronged approach of hardware and software. And lastly, point D, which is easy industry adoption. It is not only easy for the consumer to use our pill bottle, but it easily integrates with current hospital systems for doctors to operate and understand risk levels of their patients. And now I'm going to move into the competitive advantage we hold over the landscape. Let's take a look at the graph to the right. We believe there are 2 core axes that we have power in: convenience and overdose safety. We put ourselves in the top right because we believe we have not only tackled convenience for the customer, but overdose safety on their part as well. Pillsy, one of our largest competitors, really tackles convenience by notifying people when they need to take their pills. But that's all they do. They don't monitor overdose safety or if someone is about to get addicted. And then looking at the other end of the graph, MedMinder. MedMinder is good with overdose safety as it replaces your current pill bottle caps with smart pill bottle caps that remind you not to take too many pills and prevent you from overdose. But they don't do convenience and they don't monitor you on an active basis. As an honorable mention, in terms of software competition, we have NarxCare. NarxCare, not up on the slide, is another company that monitors softwares for risk situations in an opioid prescription situation. One of the biggest things that NarxCare lacks is active monitoring. We ensure that we are constantly communicating between the patient and the doctor and anyone else in between to ensure that they do not get addicted. And lastly, I'm going to hand it off to Bharat to talk about our traction and scalability model.
Thank you, Aditya. And stepping into our traction, we are currently working on our risk management models and collecting data. Collection of data is going to be one of the crucial aspects in developing our solution. And finally, the HIPAA certification as well. We're also working with a patent lawyer to receive provisional patent status, and we've also talked with a hospital in Massachusetts for conducting trials as well as implementation. In terms of our scalability, we hope to expand to rehab centers and other pain management clinics that allow us to branch more into the healthcare provider space. We also plan to implement at larger hospital systems that allow us to capture a lot more customers at once and also expand internationally. And finally, onboard other prescription medication data to allow us to create a uniform healthcare management software that allows us to track prescription drugs throughout the board. Thank you for listening to our presentation, and we're hoping if you have any questions, and we'll hope to answer them.
Judges, go ahead with questions whenever you're ready.
A great presentation to all of you. Let me just take you back to the plan on the patent. What exactly are you going to cover? Is it the device, or is it the monitoring process, or is it a combination of both?
So currently, what we have like developed the most is the hardware. So currently we're filing a patent for the hardware, but in the future, we'll definitely try to protect the software as well.
And currently you don't have anything filed as yet?
Yeah, I'd just like to add on.
Yeah.
So for our software, we currently do not have anything filed on. And that is because we still have yet to finish conducting our research in order to create an efficient model for our software. I'd also like to say we will be addressing the privacy issues that may arise with our product.
Yeah. On the hardware, though, has a provisional been filed as yet, or is that still in process?
So we just have gotten the patent drawings from our lawyer, and we acquired another additional help as well. And so we're right now talking with our lawyer to get the initial last minute edits to send in the provisional patent application.
Okay.
Hey guys, thanks for the presentation. Obviously, the opioid epidemic is horrible, and so it's important that we look at new solutions. And so I'm really excited that you're working on this. Have you, clearly you're selling in hospital groups. Have you talked to any payers yet? Have you talked to employers? Like, what's sort of the angle that you're thinking about in terms of who's going to pay for this sort of solution?
Yeah, so our last month has actually been spent in customer discovery. And so we've talked to nurses, rehab centers, past opioid users, doctors all over the place. And what we realize is the biggest thing is that we need to be in an active environment. And so we want to communicate not only with the doctor, but also with like the nurses in between operating with these patients. And so our sales currently are going straight to the hospital, but we intend in the future to maybe expand to potentially insurance companies to apply the financial pressure, and maybe other rehab centers as well.
And when you talk to hospitals or payers, what kind of data are they expecting back from you? Like, I mean, is there a sense of data being reported back to these institutions, or is the problem so acute they're just like, look, anything that can make things better is good for us?
Yeah, so we actually had a very go ahead, Tony.
Or you go ahead. You go ahead.
Yeah, so we had a very eye-opening conversation with the rehab center actually, and what he pointed out is that the only wall between an opioid crisis and addiction, or an opioid patient and addiction, is like essentially like a personality test. And these personality tests are very basic and rudimentary, and they only occur at one point in time. And so they would take almost any new data that they possibly can at this point. And so what we're trying to do is create like an active situation between the patient and the doctor, so that we're not only acquiring data at the beginning of the prescription, but throughout the timeline, and avoid addiction on a 24/7 basis.
That's great. Thank you so much.
Any more questions, guys? Okay, great. Thank you so much, Astro Health. Good luck. And next up, we will have Rex. Rex, if you wouldn't mind waiting until one more minute so judges can just get ready for it.
Absolutely. Let me know when you're ready.
Start whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Great. So my name is Akash Minavili. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Rex. Along with my technical co-founder, James Lowe, and this cute little dinosaur, we're building a social online shopping experience. We're tackling two separate but related problems that are symptoms of broken online shopping. This first one's probably familiar to a lot of you, just browsing products and asking friends what they think, like, does this fit my style? Should I get this? I know I do it all the time, which was one of the inspirations behind Rex. In fact, 83% of consumers seek peer feedback on purchases, yet only 29% of them find feedback that they can act on. A huge factor in this gap is instant messaging itself. Its inability to save or aggregate any of the feedback you're requesting or receiving leads to about 90% of it to be lost in translation. And this problem not only affects consumers, but retailers themselves. Positive peer feedback has been shown to increase purchase conversion by 4 to 6 times. And currently, with retailers soaring online cart abandonment rates, this would create a significant dent in those rates. And to the consumer, peer feedback is considered one of the most important inputs in the purchase decision. And with the inability to save and aggregate it, many consumers report lower satisfaction rates and distaste for online shopping in general. The second problem we're tackling is choice overabundance. Imagine looking up something simple on Amazon like a hanger. You're going to see over 50 different choices. And if you complicate that input to something as broad as apparel or accessories where Rex is focused, you're going to see thousands of choices from D2C brands, department stores, platforms like Pinterest, Etsy, Poshmark, the list goes on and on. And as users navigate from tab to tab trying to find the best brand, style, or price, they're overwhelmed by this endless sea of options and this terrible comparison shopping approach through tabs. And that's where Rex comes in. We've created a browser extension combined with a web and mobile app that builds social and organizational features on top of existing online shopping infrastructure. So instead of telling you about it, I can go ahead and show you. So I have this hoodie pulled up from Nike. And as you can see, this Rex cart builds into any site with an e-commerce product that you can buy. With one click, I can save any product from any site, add it to a closet, send it out for feedback to any of my friends or family. So I'll go ahead and send it to my co-founder, James. And when you save a product with Rex, you're not just grabbing the URL, you're grabbing the product images, the price, the description, reviews if they're there. And all of this, along with the peer feedback that you requested, is pulled into your dashboard. So with one click, I can navigate over to my hoodies closet and I can see all the hoodies that I've saved and can comparison shop as I might with tabs. Here I can also send out polls, request further feedback, and respond to feedback that other people had sent me. So here you can see my co-founder James is in the market for a Rolex apparently. So if anybody has recommendations, send them his way. So although that's what we've built so far, our long-term vision is two-pronged. First, we'd like to expand from the pre-purchase journey to the entire shopping spectrum. We envision a platform which you can intelligently search across available products online, ask friends for recommendations, comparison shop, send out polls, see reviews from past purchases, and complete your purchase and check out all in one interface. This kind of horizontal integration that mimics the mall experience will create innumerable efficiencies for the end user. Additionally, we'd like to focus on this idea of post-purchase reviews. By incentivizing them through affiliate revenue or another means, we plan on building a network-based review system. Essentially, what this would allow us to do is not only facilitate feedback within your existing communities, but allow you to find other relevant ones. So for example, as you browse products, you'd be able to see reviews from people who have similar body dimensions or shape as you, so you can make sure you're getting the right size, reviews from people with similar stylistic choices, so you can make sure you're matching your wardrobe and aesthetic. As for our business model, we have a couple different revenue streams we're looking at. The first is affiliate links. We're currently working with affiliate networks to monetize as many of the links in our platform as possible. What this would allow us to do is every time a product is purchased through the Rex platform, we would get 5 to 10% of that sale. Next, we're also looking at B2B data monetization. We imagine this to be our bread and butter. This is really, we're collecting extremely valuable data in the form of qualitative feedback on what users are sending to one another. Normally for brands to get this kind of data, they have to conduct focus groups, send out surveys, incentivize reviews, all of which end up with low conversion rates and biased data. But with Rex's model, brands will be able to tap into the source of what users are saying to one another, and will anonymize and aggregate and share this data with them at scale. Through initial discussions with Macy's and a dozen Shopify merchants, we found that this will be able to help them hone in on future inventory choices, understand their conversion rates better, and figure out exactly who is their target market and reach them better. As far as our target market, we're targeting Gen Zs and millennials who are mostly female, social media native, fashion forward, shop online 1 to 2 times per week, and $140 billion in annual spend on apparel and accessories. So as you can see, this is a massive market, which is ripe for disruption as younger generations transition to online shopping as their preferred form of purchasing. As for our market entry strategy, I'd like to touch on 2 points here. First is guest functionality. Nobody needs an account to respond to Rex feedback or see shared closets. And this will allow us to spread within groups really quickly. If one person gets it, sends it to a group chat, or sends out a feedback request, we'll be able to convert those people into our users. Second, we're working with micro-influencers to monetize their product recommendations and wardrobes. We found that micro-influencers have a ton of barriers to be able to share accurately and efficiently what they're looking at and what they like with their followers. And by incentivizing them through affiliate revenue, we'll essentially be able to convert our business to a B2B2C model in which we work with the influencers and they share their closets with their followers, and we'll be able to turn their followers into our usership. This is also where really the most of our financing will go into, is understanding our retention better and figuring out which growth channels are best for us. For momentum gain, in our last iteration, we tested with over 300 users in our target market and retained 7% as weekly active, despite bare bones functionality. In our closed beta right now, we're working out kinks with a few hundred testers, but we have it says over 700, but it's actually 1,200 right now on our waiting list. Excited to try out our product when we launch to a broader group in the next few weeks. Finally, we also have about 50 micro-influencers who we've already inked partnerships with and are excited to begin curating closets and sharing them with their followers in the coming weeks. As far as our team, I myself have been working on this for about 4 years when the problem first occurred to me when I came to college. And I took last semester off to pursue this full time, and I'm pretty much more or less a part-time student now. James is a second-time technical co-founder and has a ton of experience building across the stack and has pretty much built everything you saw in that demo with our engineers and designer Niaz. We also have a pretty robust advisory board that includes names like Shreen Muddapalli, who founded Accel and exited to Airbnb, Brendan Kam, the founder of Thanks, and we've had initial conversations with Ryan Hudson, co-founder of Honey, on helping us make our product as seamless as possible, as he has a ton of experience in building great Chrome extensions. With that, I thank you for the opportunity to allow us to share our vision for a social online shopping experience, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Great job, guys.
Hey, thanks for the presentation. The product does a lot. You know, there's a lot of honey in here. There's social, there's recommendations, there's all of it. What would you say you're religious about, that the product has to have this, and like we're going to see it through to the end? And what are the parts of the vision that you're sort of flexible about, and you're like, look, you know, we're gonna go where the customers take us?
Yeah, absolutely. I really like that question, because I think we have a ton of stuff on our roadmap, but we really haven't put a lot of dev effort into it because we want to validate with our users that that's what they want. But I'd say if there was like one main component that we're really focused on that none of our competitors are really trying or looking at, is that social aspect, that peer feedback. It plays such an important role in the way we make purchases, and you really see it at the mall, but it just doesn't exist online. And there's really not a lot of competitors who are focusing on that. And the ones who aren't really focused on apparel and accessories. So yeah, I'd say that's where we're mainly focused, but we do have that full set of features just to offer a holistic experience.
How do you contrast wanting to buy things that your friends are recommending, which is I think kind of where you're headed, versus sort of the creator or influencer economy? Because I feel like there's a lot of emerging tools about, you know, creators recommending products, or products that are being done as drops, or, you know, NFTs, or, you know, kind of that whole ecosystem that's emerging. You know, why bet on me buying things my friends want versus influencers?
Yeah, so actually we kind of, really the core part of our business is this whole idea of word of mouth and how powerful that is. And influencers are a direct manifestation of that. We don't see having one without the other. We think our core value proposition is still connecting people with each other, facilitating that feedback, storing and aggregating it. But we think influencers will play a huge part once we expand across the pre-purchase journey in terms of discovery and validation. Like, We're constantly seeing influencers post looks and outfits, and people aren't able to access those products. And we'd scan the comments and there's a ton of people asking for them, but there's really no incentive to the influencer because they don't get any money out of that. And they also just have so much that they could share that there's really no effective tool for them to do so. So we really see it being hand in hand. We think both will play a strong part in creating a social commerce application.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for the questions.
Hey, a couple of follow-up on that. With the influencers that you indicated that you have contracts with, I think you said there's about 50 or so. Are they spread in different areas, fields, geography, apparel? I'm just kind of curious what the thought process was with the number count.
Yeah,
And,
so sorry, did you have more?
No. Just give me your thought process there.
Yeah, so the vast majority of them are fashion/lifestyle influencers, and we're looking at a couple different markets across them. Some of them are Gen Z, a few of them millennial. We're also looking at target markets like busy moms and young professional females, and there's a lot of influencer activity there as well. So we really wanted to recruit a diverse perspective that could really help us test different markets as well as the market that we've already positioned ourselves in. But yeah, I'd say we really mainly focus on fashion/lifestyle for now because that's our niche, but we see in the future expanding to tech influencers, travel influencers, etc. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, no, that's helpful. And then you had answered the prior question about the most significant part being the peer feedback. And I'm just curious if that takes off, if that's the differentiator, what stops another shopping environment from just copying what you're offering?
Yeah, so it's that's a question we ask ourselves a lot. But really, we find another one of our advantages is being store agnostic. Like you couldn't have Nike come in and build an application like this where you could save any product, create closets across brands and platforms because it's just not what they do. So that's really our big advantage against incumbent players. We're more concerned about startups who've really started to, we've definitely been in this game the longest, but we're concerned about emerging startups who are now kind of been ticked off to this idea and are starting to build in this space and who could build something similar, which is why we're really focused on the creator economy. From the competitors we've seen, there's really no focus on that, like Chums or Shop Tagger, just a couple names, but they, in multiple interviews, have said they don't see the creator economy playing a role in their recommendation tools. And we think that's a grave mistake just because of the power that these creators have as kind of a representation of word of mouth advertising. And so, yeah, we really see that as our competitive advantage. Like once we build these relationships with influencers and they're always looking at what each other are doing. And once we like kind of get that critical mass, we think that'll really set us up with a competitive moat and it'll be hard for other entrants to kind of create copycats.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks for the questions.
Any more questions, guys? Okay, great. Thank you so much for your time, Rex. And with that, we'll move on to college thrifts.
Perfect. So good afternoon, everyone. Today I'll be presenting a little more on college thrifts, which is focused on creating a more inclusive and sustainable college culture. So my name is Patricia, and I'm currently a senior in college. And throughout my time at the undergraduate level, I've had the opportunity of experiencing distinct college campuses and cultures, from walking the halls at MIT and UC Berkeley as an undergraduate engineering researcher to participating in hackathons at Harvard, Stanford, and the University of Southern California. I realized there was one thing that was common across all these institutions of higher education, and that was inaccessible collegiate gear. Walk into any campus bookstore, no matter where in the nation, and you'll be sure to spot the $65 crew neck besides the $50 sweatpants and the $35 tee. With the rising cost of tuition, room and board, and other college-related expenses, the average college student cannot afford this. Research has shown that students who are able to rep their institutions of higher education through this collegiate year perform better academically, are more involved in extracurriculars, and overall have a better collegiate experience. But how are low-income students like myself expected to do that when the university is catering to profiles that don't fit who they are? It was clear that I was experiencing this issue of not being able to purchase collegiate merchandise as it pertained to my school, but I needed to understand if other students felt the same way. So I surveyed 1,000 students from across the nation. Here's what they had to say. 98% of them said that wearing college branded gear would positively enhance their college experience, and 85% said that the gear at the university bookstore was simply unaffordable. It was quite clear that other students across the nation were exhibiting a similar issue that I was, and that's how College Thrifts was born. So think Tinder for sustainably sourced collegiate gear and higher education networking. College Thrifts would be a peer-to-peer marketplace for students and alumni to buy and sell their gently used collegiate gear at a fraction of the high bookstore prices. In addition to creating these more inclusive and connected institutions of higher education, we're also supporting 4 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, focused on sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production, climate action, and economic development. And most of this is embodied through our carbon footprint tracker, which is one of our key distinguishers. Students are able to track their own carbon footprint as well as that of their university campus, and that provides to some extent a global understanding and starts to create these sustainable practices at the collegiate level. In terms of our business model, it'd be quite straightforward. So the user would snap a photo of the item they're wanting to sell, select the university the item belongs to, and package the item. And once this item has started tracking, they get paid. Because we're very passionate about the sustainability aspect, we're also looking to somewhat analyze what it would look like if you were buying an item within your own college town. For sustainability purpose, there's no need to package an item and be more wasteful. So we're working to see how we can implement some sort of meetup feature, obviously safely in these COVID-19 times. In terms of our revenue plan, we would be mainly dependent on in-app purchases, where we take 20% of every sale and we wouldn't have a listing fee. And we'd also like to focus on targeted advertisements, specifically focused on partnering with organizations that are focused on getting students into college and retaining them, such as Michelle Obama's Reach Higher campaign and the Common App. And our customers consist mainly of these 3 types of individuals, and those are high school seniors who are between the ages of 17 and 18 years old, college students between the ages of 18 and 22, college alumni who are 22 plus, and most recently we've seen that there's been an increase in the number of parents who are interested in purchasing this collegiate gear, whether it be as a gift or for themselves. And in terms of what makes us different, we're not on this mission to be the next Poshmark, Mercari, or Afra. We are creating this specifically for these collegiate students who have expressed this problem. We're offering the ability to filter by school. We're offering our carbon footprint tracker. We're implementing our social networking aspect, which I'll get to in the next slide, and we don't have a listing fee. And as I said previously, we don't want to be the next Poshmark or Mercari. We believe that when you go to an institution of higher education, you cultivate where you create this network and you cultivate these relationships that shouldn't stop after your time in college. So for example, if you're an alum at a university wanting to get rid of some of this collegiate gear and you're working on a startup, why not tap into the community that you created as an undergrad? And if you're a student on your campus and want to connect with other students, why not do that all within one application? And this is one of our key differentiators. Our go-to-market strategy would consist mainly of these 3 tactics, where we focus mainly on our campus ambassador program, hoping to leverage students who are involved in various on-campus organizations such as Greek life, intramurals, and various academic clubs. Influencer marketing, possibly starting first with micro-influencers and then growing exponentially, specifically tapping into those influencers who have strong ties to their alma maters. And we're also looking to leverage geofence advertising, focusing our focus on the areas where there's a high population of community colleges, high schools, and universities. As per the total addressable market, we have definitely been seeing an increase in this secondhand thrifting sector within the past couple of years, especially amongst Gen Z. This sector was valued at $24 billion in 2018, and it's projected to grow to $51 billion in 2023. So we're seeing quite an uptick in the growth of this market, and within our Gen Z market, this is expected to grow exponentially. And you may be wondering how we know that this works. So in May of 2020, I created an Instagram prototype selling the collegiate gear I had throughout my time in school. I got waitlisted at my dream college and I didn't have a need for this collegiate gear anymore. And this was at the University of Miami. It started off as a page to just sell my University of Miami gear. And during the pandemic, it took off. So students were requesting this ability to buy and sell this gently used collegiate gear. And we made that happen. So to date, we have over 4,000 followers from across the nation representing historically Black colleges and universities and Hispanic serving institutions, such as the one that I go to, and over 250 schools. And what better way to quantify some of this impact than through some student testimonials. So these are some testimonials from students across the US who have been on our Instagram and repeat. And in terms of metrics, we've sold this past year 432 items at an average price of $32.32, where we take our 20% commission. And we have saved these students over 50% of the bookstore prices. And here's some of our recent accomplishments. We'd like to say that our impact is being recognized nationally. Here's some of our most recent pitch competitions wins, and we've been recently featured in an interview by NASDAQ. And our advisors consist of various folks within the entrepreneurial community, from startup founders, director at entrepreneurial hubs across the US, and their expertise has been quite valuable as we've continued to grow these past couple months. And as for the team, I'm the only person on the team as of right now. I'm graduating this semester from Florida International University and will be starting my master's degree at Berkeley this upcoming fall. And to sum it up, we believe that together we can foster inclusivity, spark sustainable consumption behavior, and make college campuses a better place. Thank you.
Great presentation, Patricia. Thank you.
Hey,
Judges?
Patricia. Hey, Patricia, how's it going? Thanks for the presentation.
Hi, sure.
Congrats on Berkeley, go Bears. Sorry, had to do that. Question for you, how do you think about like Facebook Marketplace? Because I was just thinking as you were presenting, you know, if I was in college and I wanted to sell, you know, one of my collegiate sweaters or sweatshirts or hoodies or whatever, I would probably use Facebook Marketplace. Like, how do you think about them as a competitor?
Sure. So as we were doing some of our customer interviews, we found that a lot of these Facebook Marketplace, Poshmark, the experience is very transactional, and the students had been wanting something more than that. When we think about Tinder and that psychology behind that, it's the not knowing of what you're going to find next. So for example, through this swiping interface, we're looking to emulate a lot to what it's like to go thrifting, right? So as you swipe, you don't know what you're going to see next. And Facebook Marketplace is very transactional, and a lot of these other applications. So we're hoping to create more of a user experience than what we see right now in some of our competitors.
Got it. And based on the slides and the description, it sounds like I could be a graduate, I could be living in another city and I'm still participating. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Why make that decision versus just saying it has to be local and, you know, like you have to meet in person? Maybe that's like a different element.
Sure. So this was very reflective of my experience as well. So for example, we found this through the user interviews. When you go on a college road trip, for example, you more than likely, or based on our interviews, people will buy a sweatshirt wherever they go. And then once you decide you're committed to one school, you have all this gear from schools you didn't attend, and you want to have that extra cash to buy gear for your specific school. And let's say you end up going to Berkeley, but you toured MIT. More than likely that student at MIT won't be at Berkeley. So being able to ship these items across the nation has been an integral part.
You mentioned cost being a major reason why, you know, students would want to participate. You know, in your practice, like especially with your experience, like how much cheaper do you think people are getting the apparel on college thrifts versus sort of the student store?
Sure. So right now we're looking at an average saving of 50%. So if you go on the college bookstore site right now, you'll see a crew neck with the letter slapped on it for about $50 to $60. And we're going for an average price right now of $32.32.
Very cool. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Hey, Patricia, great presentation. Just a couple of follow-on questions. In terms of market scope, is this just US based right now? Or are you looking for international connections as people might be looking at Oxford or wherever the case may be?
Sure. So funny enough, I'm currently at the Watson Institute in Boulder, and it's kind of an international accelerator. And I just had a conversation with some folks in China. And it's almost like, for example, in China, they assume this collegiate gear to be uniform and they don't want to wear a uniform in college. Whereas when I've spoken to folks, for example, in Canada, they're like, this is something we need. I have yet to see outside of these geographic locations, but I assume, right, as we continue to do these user interviews, that this could be something of value to people outside of the US.
And then we focused here just on colleges, and I know the name is College Thrust, but do you see this having application in other settings, or is it really specific to just the market that you described?
Sure. So great point. As of right now, we're actually going a rebranding phase. So we're working with the Vanderbilt School of Law right now on changing the name. Hopefully that coming up in the next couple of months. But we've noticed, for example, the Greek market is quite vast. And based on the user interviews, there's some relation between this collegiate gear or the collegiate life with Greek market. And we know that that's growing exponentially as well. So we're looking to tap into the Greek market as well. And then in my experience as being an on-campus student and then moving back home, I had all my dorm decor, all my furniture, which I didn't have space for in my room back home. So we're hoping once we get all these users on our platform through this collegiate gear, since they've been so excited recently, that we can continue to grow. And maybe it'll be right Greek gear, collegiate decorations, and other things that you'd associate the college experience to have.
Interesting. Interesting. I appreciate the enthusiasm.
Yeah.
All right, I think that's pretty much it in terms of all of the presentations. Thank you for everyone for presenting. It was really awesome. And so what we're going to do now is we're going to have judges deliberation. So all the judges should have received another Zoom link. And so if you have not, please message me and I'll send that over to you. Judges will go there along with a couple of the members from the CMU VC team. We will also be opening up breakout rooms right now. So Angela will be doing that shortly. We have different industries. We have 3 or 4 breakout rooms in different industries. So feel free to hop in and out, talk about the different startups you're working on, or just listen to other people and what they're working on as well. And I think as soon as judges deliberation is done, I think it's around 4:30, we will reconvene for the award ceremony, and we'll be announcing the winners. And I guess everyone walks away with something today too, so that's cool. Yeah, so judges, please go to the judges deliberation room, write down your notes, and we'll be opening up breakout rooms right now, actually.
Samarth, do we keep this room open while we as judges go to the other room?
You feel free to leave this Zoom.
Okay, all right.
Yep.
Hi, Samantha. I might have missed this just on the breakout rooms. Are we supposed to go to the one that we were assigned?
Yeah, Neil, I think I assigned you to software AI. Do you see the message?
Oh, great. Okay, yeah, I see it. Thanks.
David.
Hey, David.
How are you doing?
I'm doing well, sir. How are you?
Doing okay.
Good.
All right.
Sorry, guys, we're just waiting to make sure all the teams get back in time. I know they just closed all the breakout rooms for the networking, so it'll just be a minute.
All right, everyone. Thank you for coming back. We're going to begin the awards ceremony, and I'm going to pass it off to Avika to lead the award ceremony.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for spending the day with us. I know it's been a very long time. Once again, thank you for applying, and we really applaud you for making it to this point. We've had a record amount of applications this year, and narrowing it down to the top few teams is very, very difficult. We would like to thank our judges, Amit, Archa, and Dave, for spending so much time and effort with us, and we really appreciate your help in making this a successful competition. If you'd like to say a few words, and Dave, if you'd like to say a few words, please go ahead.
Sure. So just briefly, I think we've got all of our judges, all three of them here, but as an old timer to this process, as someone who's been involved with this for close to 15 to 20 years now, I wanted to everyone at CMU for putting this together. You did a tremendous job and a wonderful job in growing this competition. For all of the participants, I'd have to say that this has been one of the best collective group presentations that I've seen across all 10. I wish we could find a way to recognize and award all of you, but I hope successes follow each of you beyond today. And you've given me inspiration and excitement as I think about what lies ahead, not only next week, but for the year to come as hopefully the world opens up for us again. So thank you, everyone.
Great. Archa, Amit, or David, if you guys like to say something as well, that'd be great. Otherwise, let me know.
I'll go ahead, and I was deferring to the judges first, but I will echo what Dave just said. Excellent job by all of the participants. I wish everybody could win. I guess in some way everybody does win, since $500 and some credits will be coming your way. And that was all thanks to the Undergraduate Entrepreneur Association team that went out and bird dogged all of the prizes. So that's awesome. And really, again, want to thank all of our sponsors. Thank you for our name sponsor, Accel, and Amit did a great job. Really appreciate it. Jim Schwartz, who is the founder of Accel and the namesake of our center, will love that. And also to Myra, Uncle Vic, and Scott, who has been with us from the very beginning. We appreciate it. So best of luck to you all. If you have more competitions coming, go get them.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I was really impressed by the caliber and quality of the presentations and the entrepreneurs. You know, it's a really great program you guys have here. And, you know, Accel is really, really proud to be affiliated with this program and the startup competition. And, you know, as mentioned, Jim Schwartz is the founder of Accel. So CMU is always just a special place that we love. So thanks for having us, and congrats to all the teams.
Great, thank you guys. The judges have completed their deliberations, so I'd also like to reiterate that all finalists today will be winning $500. Without further ado, we're happy to announce that our third place winner today is College Thrifts, or yes, College Thrifts. They'll be winning $2,500 in cash, as well as some legal services and credits, and we're really, really happy that you could be with us today. Our second place today is Transform, and you guys had an amazing presentation, and we were happy to award you with $4,000 in cash prizes, as well as $1,500 in legal services. Last but not least, we're excited to congratulate New Tech as our first place winner. Congrats, guys. You guys got $6,000 in cash prizes, as well as $2,500 in legal services, $5,000 in credits, and another $1,000 in Freshworks credits. Thank you to everybody again who has spent the day with us. We're really, really happy that CMU VC has grown and evolved into such a successful competition, and we hope that we can continue to grow it more with the support of our sponsors, Accel, 2 Sigma, MUS Law, as well as the Schwartz Center and the entire UEA team. We all truly wish you the best of luck in your ventures, and we'll be in touch with you in the next week to award the prizes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Good luck.